On Linda Nushi's screen, we see Talon picking up his child while Northrex is still making his way through Bakor's cave to give Kirk Buzzer a lashing. Lanodon can be a scary enemy. Luckily, he was playing nice today. Northrex is taking advantage of. You can save like a frame or two if you take a step and open the menu instead of just reopening the menu on the same tile every turn. So. But it's been a really fun, exciting relay to watch so far. Northrex is approaching floor 2 of the Bakor cave. Dude, it's technically, the tracker is technically correct. We're gonna let the credits go out for JRTA timing for Dragon Warrior 4. Oh, look, I see what you mean. It's still on DQ3, yeah. And I'm not sure if Countess is around to be able to update that. Alright. Northrex making it into Bakor's room, so... Turn 1, Bakar is going to use Snowstorm, and we're going to try to get Christo to stop spell him. Alright, got the stop spell contained, so that's good. Okay, Bakor's asleep. At this point, it should be a relatively free fight. The only thing he'll have to watch out for is if he takes a deep breath, he can still do some damage, but as long as Christo goes before him, get an increase or an upper. Yeah, there's an increase. He's probably fine now. Bakor is an interesting fight because it can go sideways really quick because he'll do that snowstorm spell, and if you don't stop spell him, then he can do it again later. He's on a fixed, I think he's on a fixed rotation though, so you'll have a few turns, but people are still pretty squishy at that point. So. A little effort, Bakor goes down. So that will give Northrex the final key, and then he can go pick up the Zenithia shield in the basement of Gardenburg. And then he'll be on his way to the Colossus. That's just one of the tricks up Kirk Buzzer's sleeve. K-Fizzle. It's 1 point of agility from the agility seed. We're switching over to Dragon Warrior 2. So, as mentioned multiple times before, both teams are not necessarily playing the same version or the same route. But so like Dragon Warrior 4 here, they're both playing the same game. For DQ2 coming up here, Anatolu is going to be playing Dragon Warrior 2 for the NES. And when Northrex finishes, Sumdiener will be playing Dragon Quest 2, the Super Famicom remake. And those two speedruns are wildly different for being the same game. Anatolu will get to take advantage of a bunch of glitches, like getting 2 water flying clothes, the Falcon Sword of Destruction glitch, whereas the Super Famicom version really doesn't have very many glitches, if any, that you can take advantage of. So, yep, there we got Dragon Warrior 2. Hargon's minions are sacking Moonbrook, I think. I've heard that name before, I just don't know who that person is. But Northrex is going to do some more shopping. He's going to get Ragnar a Iron Mask. And I think this is where he also, yeah, he's going to get the stiletto earrings for Alina, which are huge in the speedrun. At first, when she puts them on, she doesn't do much damage. She'll like only do single digits, but she can attack twice. And since her crit rate is based on her level, it just gives her that much more chance to crit every turn. Rex is on his way through the Colossus, which have a bunch of... There's a scary enemy. Freezing waves is annoying, freezing wind is annoying, but it's safe. Meanwhile, so Anatoly is gonna start by finding his cousin. So Middenhall here, or Zoma, is went to the castle of Cannock to go find his cousin, and Cannock is being told that, or King Cannock told him he needs to go to the Spring of Bravery. You basically go on this wild goose chase. It's like, oh, your cousin was just here, but he just left, until you finally catch up with him. And then shortly later, we'll be reunited with our other cousin, Moonbrook, Princess Moonbrook, who was in the opening when Moonbrook was sacked. And I apologize ahead of time if I use multiple names for the same characters. I might refer to him as Zoma, as Anatoly was picked for his name. I might refer to him as Middenhall, Lore, just from playing all the different versions of the game. So, with Northrex going through the Colossus, it's not imperative that he makes it all the way through, although that's a bonus. But he does want to make it to the next room here, where he'll be picking up the Demon Hammer, which is huge for the Metal Babel grind. And so he's making his way into the Spring of Bravery. He's basically running from everything. We talked about it, I heard it talked about in the prior game. So Dragon Warrior 5, 3, and 4 all have the progressive running chances. So it starts at like 25%, or Dragon Warrior 4 starts at 50, and then like the next chance is 50, then the next chance is 75, and then it's guaranteed. Dragon Warrior 2 for the NES is different, where it's basically just a flat 2/3 chance to run away. So you could keep running and failing as many times as RNG sees fit, or you could keep running away first try. But you generally have a better chance to run away than get blocked. Northrex got his Demon Hammer, so he got what he needed out of the Colossus. Now he's going to try to make it through. and it's only taking advantage of a death warp. It's faster to just death warp back to Kanek, because now he needs to go down to left wine, and that's where he'll find his cousin. Poor Zoma. He's just getting beat up this entire marathon. Dragon Rider's a scary fight. This might send him back. Nope. No, he'll run. Well, the good news is both of his healers are still alive. And Christo's now coffin blocked in the back. He made it through, so that just makes it easier. So after his Babel grind, he doesn't have to go through the Colossus again. He can just return to Dire Palace. Meanwhile, Anatoly is meeting up with his cousin, which their names change depending on what you name the Prince of Middenhall. So I'm sure that the name popped up on screen. I just haven't seen it yet. It's probably something like Lars. Lars, yep. Another big thing that's going to help out is, Northrex is going to pick up the Aeolus Shield, which can help expel a lot of the enemies that are not Metal Babbles in the Crypt. So that's just going to be a big help for his grind. Meanwhile, Anatoly's going to do a little bit of grinding. If I recall his route correctly, he likes to get the Silver Key early, so he's probably going to be grinding to like 3 or 4. Stocking up on herbs and going to get the Silver Key before going down to Hamlin. Another thing that Dragon Warrior 2 is unique for compared to like 3 and 4 is all of the level up stat gains are static, so it doesn't matter. There's no randomness to it. Like like in Chapter 2 of Dragon Warrior 4, you're hoping Alina gets enough HP and strength. Level 2 will always give the same stats to Middenhall or Canuck or Moonbrook, and all of their spells, all the spells that they learn are all guaranteed at whatever level they learn them at. I think Chunsoft was part of developing the Super Famicom remakes, but not the Game Boy Color ports. Yeah, I think, yeah, that sounds right, Cowie. That's why Scarlet Shadow and Crimson both played FC, or NES FC3 instead of anyone doing a SFC3. There's also a unique thing to Dragon Warrior 2. The NES version. So enemies have a set number of experience and gold that they would give, but there's like a bonus multiplier that gets added on for every extra enemy. So if you were to kill like one metal slime by itself, it would be like 135 XP or something like that. And then, but if you were to kill one metal slime out of a group of 8 and the other 7 ran, you'd get like 200 and some, because of the multiplier. So fighting enemies that have bigger groupings actually gives you a slightly bonus experience in gold, instead of like the other games where it's just added together. The value is what the value is for each enemy. So that being said, yeah, if you see like Anatoly kill like one single iron ant and it's like, you know, 1 XP and 2 gold, that doesn't mean that 2 of them is 2 XP and 4 gold. It could be more because of the multiplier. Oh, Ragnar's still learning. He's trying to fling the Sword of Lethargy up at Metal Babbles. He'll eventually learn that that doesn't work. He might have learned it by now if he gained a few more intelligence points in the past, but, you know, he's just a soldier from Berlin. You can't expect too much from him. They're showing up though. Well, looks like Anatoly's planning on doing a little bit of an excursion. He's filling everybody up with medical herbs, and he's also hoping that some of them will land him a lottery ticket, and then he can sell that and get a bunch more gold for free. Getting a little bit of bad run luck on the right side here. Eventually he got away. Luckily he's got the antidotes, but getting poisoned that early is kind of rough, because I know there's, you know, babbles and cobras that could poison you in there. Army ants are not worth the time to to try to fight. Oh, we got another Babel on the left. Ooh. And Christo survived. That was that could have been scary. Anybody, especially this early, if anybody dies, you have to leave and revive and come back. Man. I feel like I gave Anatoly some commentator's curse already with how much he's run failing. Could just be the Dragon Quest RNG. You know, evening it out to make it a photo finish at the end. Yeah, got another Babel on the left side. Took out Magician. That's good. Metal Babel runs away. Now he's a little deeper in. The enemies are worth more, worth fighting. I'm pretty sure he's gonna Death Warp out of here anyway. Anatoly with the first key of the run. Some runners will wait to go into this cave later and get the key later, because you don't really need it right away. You just need it before you start doing the I can't even remember the name of the Mace Master. It's not a Mace Master, it's the Devil Clown. Evil Clown. There we go. Yep. So, Anatoly's just set up for a Death Orb. He's just going to use his weapons for the rest of the fight until they send him back. Back in Castle Canic, we have a ghost following Zoma around. Something particularly brutal that I remember hearing somebody talk about, I think it was during the DQ5 run, but the resurrection price in Dragon Quest 2 is just abysmal. It's 20 gold per level, meaning that early in the game, like, you know, he's level 4 right now, so that's like 80 gold. Versus when I remember when Countess was saying that in Dragon Warrior 3 and beyond, it's your level squared rounded up to the nearest 10. It makes it rough for especially like the early enemies that don't like to give a lot of gold. It's also rough because the one that auto revives after a death warp is Middenhall, who doesn't have any magic. There are a lot of metal babbles on Northrex's screen right now. He is sticking around. Unfortunately, Alina crit the wrong enemy. That's an ugly encounter. Okay, and I totally got away from that. That was a gross encounter, especially with no Moonbrook. This one's doable, yeah. Having no AoEs at this point can be brutal for some of those bigger encounter formations. Although it's funny, if you ever play the Switch version of 2, which I think is a port of the mobile version, they turned Fireball into the AoE version. But I think it was originally supposed to be Blaze, but they turned it into Fireball. Which is good for you, but it's also bad for you, because when you run into those magicians, theirs is AoE, so instead of them only doing decent damage to one of your characters, they're doing decent damage to all of your characters. Alright, Anatoly got the save spot in Hamlin, so now he's going to make a beeline for the Mirror of Ra to get Moonbrook to join his party. Looks like Northrex's got another battle. That wasn't a dangerous fight on the right side, that was just one that would take forever if you try to take. Magic ants are bad. Ooh, they're trying. They tried to ruin the day, but Lars is not a sleepy boy. Alright, there we got the Mirror of Ra. Oh, meanwhile we got some Metal Babbles and some Bebbin bars. There's another Babble. Meanwhile, Anatoly now has a full party. They put the Mirror of Ra into like every single Dragon Quest after 2, didn't they? Like even if it was useless. Yeah, Northrex is having not having a phenomenal Babble grind, but he's definitely not having a bad one either. At least he's not having a bad start to one. It might not have been called Mirror of Ra in 7, but I thought there was some sort of magic mirror plot, but don't quote me, I only played it once and it was like 2 years ago. There's some Babbles. There's another Babble. So Anatoly's gonna be grinding. He definitely wants to get like Moonbrook to. Once she hits 2, she'll learn Sleep. Once she hits 4, she learns Infernos, and then becomes a really good DPS character in the group. But even the Sleep is really good utility. A lot of enemies can be put to sleep. And half of the boys and two Dragonettes. Alina critting the wrong enemies again. They're both still here though. Got some brave Babbles today. That's the worst. They stick around for like 7 or 8 turns and then run away because you can't hit them. DQ agility rolls, right, Cowie? Are you really playing Dragon Warrior 4 if at least once Ragnar wearing the demon armor doesn't outturn Alina? Alina's critting a lot. She's just not critting Metal Babbles. There's some boys. Not the boys, but some of the boys. Yeah, these are the fights that Anatole wants to see, where you can get like 3 centipods like that, because then you can put them to sleep, and then they're gonna be pretty harmless. There, she crit a babble. Zoma punching that centipod to death. Earning a lot of gold. Just noticed the princess's name, and the first thing that popped into my head is, I wonder if she has a suit. Ooh, there's an encounter. That's an encounter that exists. Embalba, Metal Babble, Hemasword. At least they're showing up. There's another babble. Christo's in danger here. Alright, he's fine. That was if it one scorched gas, that would have been really iffy, especially if it went before Christo. Oh, we got another babble to sleep. Is he gonna get 2 in this one? There it is. He got 2 in this babble. Knowing Northrex and his, if Christo has heal all, he might head to the Staff of Transform if Christo gets 2 levels here. He might even go anyway. You can always get a Metal Babble on the way. So Christo's got heal all now. You don't necessarily need it on the hero, but it makes it nice for the hero. But I would expect he's going to go for the staff now.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of grinding on Anatoly's for a little while here. He's still gonna go for level 4 on Princess Moonbrook before heading to the Tower of Wind. So Dragon Warrior 2, you know, when you start off, the first thing that they tell you to do is go find your cousins. So now that he's found his cousins, the game doesn't really like point you in a direction other than like if you were to just start exploring and be like, oh, I can go this way. You'd end up finding the shrine that wouldn't let you go further if you don't have Moonbrook, but then you get walled at the Dragon Horns unless you found the tower, the Cape of Wind and the Tower of Wind. There might be some NPCs that point you that way anyway. It's been so long since I've done a casual play. When I say so long, I really mean like 30 years. But yeah, so the game just kind of like points you through barriers to bring you to Leonport, whereas where you'll end up to. That's where you do the gremlin fight to get the ship. So now that Princess Moonbrook has Infernos, she's going to be a damage powerhouse. I think actually it might be beyond that he's grinding to. I think he might either be grinding for an iron spear or the steel sword before going to the Tower of Wind. I remember him saying something along those lines earlier in the week when he was practicing. Alright, so Northrex got his Staff of Transform, and he is out of there. So he's pretty much exactly 2 hours ago is about when Linda knew she left the crypt. So Team Shido is about exactly 2 hours behind. Lizard flies are among the best enemies to get outside of Hamlin. They're easy to kill, and they have great XP and gold for where you're at. Munching up those centipods with one cast of Infernos is great. Alright, so Northrex is now on his way to take out Esther. Yep. And so he's going to go upgrade Zoma's weapon. It's going to an Iron Spear, yep. That'll just make things a little bit safer going to the Tower of Wind and even through to Leonport afterwards. Yeah. Imagine one of the townsfolk just pointing. He just sold an Iron Spear to Zoma! Why was he helping Zoma? So Northrex diving into the Ectemto Mine. The first two levels are still the Chapter 4 enemies, which means that you're so high level that it's a guaranteed run fail, but now he's in the newer areas, so it'll be harder enemies, and they're not the guaranteed, so it goes back to the 50-50, 7,500. And then Anatoly is going to do a safety save, looks like, and head towards the Tower of Wind. There's no boss or anything there. It's just you need to go there to grab the Cloak of Wind so that you can glide across a river. If you're careful, you look carefully. While you're gliding across the river, you can see a van down there, and Chris Farley's living in it. Moonbrook has tons of MP by level 4. Inferno's only taking 4 MP to cast. It's great for some of those bigger encounter formations. Something else that's quirky about Dragon Warrior 2 for the NES. Heal more, or I think it's herbs heal and heal more. Definitely heal more in herbs. Do a lot more in battle. They heal you for more in battle than they do outside of battle. So you actually get more bang for your buck if you can get heal more to happen during a fight than outside of a fight. Ooh, that's scary. Okay.
And until we went unbridled there and we got away with it. Northrex doing the wise move there. The Dragon Rider, I mean, generally you're gonna run from everything, but Dragon Riders are scary. They can just, they're on a scripted turn set, so turn 1, they would attack and do Scorching Gas. And since there's 2 of them, both of them are doing that. Then turn 2, they attack twice, and then turn 3, I think it's like Scorching Breath and another attack. But all of those breaths, especially with Christo, can take him out if you triple run fail. So with Alina with her crit rate and Christo with his beat and defeat, it's actually pretty much safer to it's safer to take him on, because you can you're definitely killing one in the first turn then, if not both of them. Nice, we got Boggy munching up some cobras. Northrex is just getting harassed by fight after fight. This is an interesting tower in Dragon Warrior 2. They do this a couple times, but instead of just like what you would, I don't know if we call it a cliche or an expectation, but like you have a tower, you think you have to climb to the top of the tower, but your goal is actually like you go up like most of the way of the tower, or halfway, and then you go back down to like the first floor, and that's where the item is. And they do that in a couple different towers in the game. It's not necessarily, you know, trying to make it to the top and that's your goal. It's like you go to the top or near the top, and then you have to climb back down to like, you know, some special treasure room in the middle. It definitely makes it more labyrinthine. Right, okay, gets put to sleep. Alright. Northrex done with the mini-boss before Esterk. He's about to fight Esterk. Esterk is scary, like Vax had mentioned earlier. He starts off asleep when he does Eerie Lights. It does about 50 damage to each character. You don't want to put him back to sleep, because if he takes a deep breath and you put him back to sleep, it does about 100 damage to each character. So there's the first Eerie Lights. He stayed asleep. And then he's gonna keep casting Zap on the hero. The hero can help heal a little bit. Yeah, that's a smart move to make sure Christo is gonna be okay. Yeah. At this point, Christo's gonna be
You want to have him use no MP because Crystal will try to cast Beat. Oh, the full 3 turns. He's guaranteed to wake up the next turn. Been a while since I've seen a 3-turn sleepy Esther. Alright, clean fight. Alright, so now Anatolia is heading towards the import. And there'll be a kind of like a mini boss battle with two gremlins that are harassing a townsperson, and then her grandfather gives you a ship for defeating him. This shrine right here, if you don't have Princess Moonbrook, that guy will block your way and say, you can't go past here, you know, that'd be foolish. Once you get Moonbrook, then he'll let you pass. Northrex grabbing the gas canister, which is the next key item he needs for the airship, or the balloon in this case. There is an advantage to when he healed Crystal. He's gonna Death Warp here. And if he's does what I'm expecting him to do, he's gonna, yeah, reorder the party. This way, when the Mimic casts Rob Magic, if Christo won't be like coffin blocked by it. Unfortunately, this is going to be a while, looks like. Especially if these don't land soon. That's the last of his MP. Okay. Well, now he can... yeah. Unfortunately, he falls asleep, so now... that's the problem with the Sword of Lethargy, is you can put yourself to sleep and then you're defending, and instead of doing 5 damage, he's doing... I mean, he's doing the between 0 and 5, so... yeah, he doesn't have any magic to cast Zap on himself anyway, so what else is he gonna do? At least he'll do 30 damage to himself when he does hit himself. Three for 3. Hopefully he can get those odds during Necrosaro. got a metal slime. I respect that he swung at it for out of respect. This encounter is just a time waste, a bunch of healers and the baboon. An encounter so nice, he found it twice. Interesting divergence between like the Super Famicom version and the NES version. You can save and re-import in the Super Famicom version. I do not believe you can in the NES. Right. So before moving to re-import, he's gonna go to the 3rd floor and just keep searching, and he has a 25% chance to find the Dew's yarn. And it doesn't matter which tile he searches, it's just a 25% chance on any tile. There it is. So you can keep searching the same tile until you find it. If anybody didn't know, that was like a 25% chance regardless. It could have been something that, you know, playing it casually the first time, you're like, I remember I found it on this tile, and it's like, oh, is it randomized every time you play the game? Well, no, it's just randomized every time you search a tile. Northrex is climbing the world tree where half of its tiles are insta-revives. Uh-oh. This might be what Team Shido needs. Oh, he made it out. Those magic baboons got a little hairy there. Alright, Anato's at his mini boss fight. Got 2 gremlins. Oh, and he gets an ambush on him. Oh, splits damage. Easy peasy. Northrex is on the second to the last level of the world tree. And it's always like kind of counting how many like pips of animation are happening as he's going through there. That's how you can figure out like how far you are in the ocean when there's just nothing but water around you. Plus, you want to stay away from some of the harder zones. They can have some scary encounters. And now he just got his golden key, so that's the second key that he's gonna have this run. In this in Dragon Warrior 2, you're gonna have 4 keys total. One only open. The silver key really only you need for killing the evil clowns in the basement. The Watergate key you'll need to open the Watergate in Tepa Tune, and then the final key and the golden key are the ones that you need to like carry with you at all times, because there's plenty of doors that we'll need to open with them. Alright. Northrex is on the top of the world tree, taking his time, and I don't blame him. There we go. He's got talking to Lucia, who will be helping us for the end of the game. I think there's something that Evan totally does here where he can just keep respawning. Yeah, I think he just keeps respawning like the gold chest in the Wing of Wyvern chest. There's another glitch that he's gonna get to take advantage of. Is like basically an infinite gold glitch. He'll kill the evil clown and be able to sell the Staff of Thunder for 20,000 gold. Go back, kill the evil clown again, sell the Staff of Thunder again. Whereas in the Super Famicom version, once you kill the Devil Priest, it's gone. Like you can't kill it again. The NPC is gone. Northrex getting his Sword of Decimation. Cursed Sword, you never want to equip it, but it does cast Defeat when used as an item in battle. Which is necessary for Phase 7 Necrosaro. Well, maybe I shouldn't say casts defense, because it doesn't use the same flag check, because it gets a round's bounce. It has the same effect as the defense. Oh, did I say defeat? Oops. I had the first 3 letters right.
It'd be nice if defeat worked on Necrosaro, then you wouldn't have to fend spell him phase 1. He has the Baron's Horn. The Baron's Horn is what's going to allow us to get our wagon for the final fight. Where's he going? Did he use a leaf? Did he forget to take a leaf with him? Right, yeah. If defeat worked on Necrosaro, Krista would be the chosen one. Alina, confused, still attacks the correct target. I realize this, but I said this earlier in another Discord channel, but like Linda Nushi's hero was pretty beefy. And it looks like Northrex's hero is pretty beefy too. Anatolu's got a few pieces of Erdrick's armory now. He's got the helmet and the shield. We won't see the sword at all because we're not going to dive into Sharlock. And then we won't see the armor until much later when we're on our way to Roan. My litmus test for, like, at least for hit points for a hero is, like, when you're at 27, if you're at about, like, 200 HP, I'd say that's, like, about average, maybe a little low, but it looks like he's at, like, 230. Oh, 208. I totally misread the number earlier then. Yeah, Linda Nushi's was at, like, 228 or 230, so I misread him a number earlier. So he doesn't have a bad hero, it's just not as great as I had thought. Oof. Anatolu is not having a good time on this fight. There goes Lars. There goes Princess Moonbrook. He does have a leaf, I think. And it looks, from the look of it, he might not be far away from the tree. He might be able to just go get another one. If he was, I'm not... Oh, he is not that far away from it, but he's just going to go to the town. Down goes Shido, but that's fine. Good thing... I almost said good thing Chamorro knows Vivify. Good thing Christo knows... Oh, man. Okay, Vivify has a 50-50 chance to work, normally. Oh yeah, the key song is happening on Anatoly's stream right now. Yep. All right, and so it's getting more leaves. Ooh, it's just getting crit. Ooh. Almost had to use another leaf there. Northrex is stepping foot into Zenithia Castle. Linda knew she did that about 2 hours and 8 minutes ago. So Team Cheeto still trailing by about 2 hours, but with the way Dragon Warrior 2, especially for the NES, goes, RNG could easily gobble it all up. Yeah, I mean, so the difference, there's a lot of differences between the Super Famicom remake and the NES version. The Super Famicom remake can, it takes a lot of knowledge because you're not going to be running, because it does the progressive run chance, the 25, 50, 75. I don't know if it's 100. I think it might be 87.5. So you're going to be taking pretty much every encounter the game gives you, unless it's really bad or you're like out of resources or something. But it also makes it a little bit more, I don't want to say like not volatile or like consistent, but like, if, you know, there's definitely a wider RNG margin on the NES version because, especially, you know, when you're doing the Atlas, if he targets the wrong person, you're getting sent back, and you have to keep going until he targets the right person and everything lines up perfectly. Malroth can cast Heal All, Hargon can cast Heal All. My favorite monster get full party KO'd by? That's a good question.
Oof. Oh, yeah. Northrex instantly Ragnar. Ragnar and the hero go down the first fight. I don't blame him for saying we're gonna start this over and try this again. I'll say the Blizzard's tonic, because the Blizzards you can be like, oh, as long as they don't cast defeat and it doesn't land, it's fine. But then, and then you start to fight them and you're like, oh, as long as all of my attacks go through, I should be fine. And then, yep, the one casts defeat and it just happens to land on everybody. Because then that's also in a situation of like, how could I have handled that differently? I just shouldn't have gotten unlucky. Did you know I've got that? Did you know that I have that emote? Totally going for his evil clown grind, infinite gold glitch. So there's a big difference between the Super Famicom version and the NES version there too. It's the evil clown is only like the mid-level version of that enemy, whereas in the Super Famicom, it's the Devil Priest. That's the one that's in Hargon's castle at the very end of the game, so it's a much harder enemy. They cast, I think they cast Exploded instead of Firebane. I could be wrong. But yeah, and you can only kill him once. You can't, yeah, like I said, you can't keep farming the Staff of Thunders. Yep, and it's totally the Falcon Sword of Destruction glitch. Yep. We'll be able to discuss that. We can discuss that later when it gets when he's because he's gonna grind with that glitch too in Roan. But yeah, basically any glitches other than the RNG maniping are fair game. So he can do that. He's gonna get the 2 water flying clothes. Northrex is not having a fun final cave. Good news is you will Ragnar revived on the first try. Welcome in, Ash.
Hello, hello. How's it going?
Pretty good. We've seen Anatoly doing his Staff of Thunder farming while Northrex is getting bullied in the in the final cave.
Having fun? keep up here, but looks like we got a pretty big difference in our two teams as far as time goes. But maybe we can hope for some RNG to turn around.
Yeah. With the notes, the times that Vaxherd gave me from Linanushi's times, the entering Z Castle, the comparison was like 2 hours and 8 minutes apart.
Oh boy. Yeah, that bi-kill look, I guess overnight was a pretty big killer there, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think somebody pointed out that losing a 50-50 8 times in a row is like a 1 in 256.
That sounds about right.
Almost as bad as losing a 1 in 10 3 times in a row.
Yeah. I was watching earlier, and I saw Anatoly was just running from some big rats. And I think you were looking at Northrex fighting some battles at the time, but he failed to run 5 times in a row and ended up having to take extra turns to heal Canuck just to get through the fight, and he ended up killing him anyway just because it was just taking too much resources and time.
Oh, yeah. I saw one I don't remember what he was fighting. I saw one where he did the smart thing where he parried with one and healed with the other, and then got away the next turn. But...
Yep. That's what he did, but it kept on happening.
A 66% chance to run sounds good on paper.
Yeah, I think my personal record's 7 in a row to fail, but the only problem you run into in this game is if you fail to run 7 times, you're usually dead before that. So
right.
There aren't too many areas where that can happen.
Yeah.
Alright, so did you talk about the Staff of Thunder and selling and all that?
I mentioned the glitch. So yeah, basically every time he resets the game after killing the evil clown and selling the Staff of Thunder, the evil clown respawns in the basement. So then he can save the game, reset, go do it again, and sell it for another 20,000. So it's basically an infinite gold glitch.
Yep, it's one of those glitches that were listed in Nintendo Power back in the day. It's like classified information.
I've actually got a couple boxes that my sister pulled from my old room at my parents' house that she put away for me in the back of my car right now, that actually I think they have like old Game Informer magazines from like the 90s.
Nice. Yeah, I still have all mine. Thankfully, my parents hung on to them. They're in my closet here. So.
Nice.
It looks like Anatoly is done with the farming.
So I'm assuming he's going to be heading towards Welgarth to get his light sword. And
yep. I know Anatoly was working on a different, slightly safer routing for this game for a kind of a race marathon type setting. So he's doing a few different things than you might normally do.
Yeah, I know one of them we haven't seen yet, Lars going down. When he gets to Osterfair, he's going to grind there for like 15-20 minutes to get a couple levels to make the Moon Tower and the lighthouse a little bit safer.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, unfortunately, the sea slugs do have a critical hit, which is pretty rare to see. I believe it's like a 1% chance to get critical hit by a sea slug.
Generally, they like to ruin your day just by putting you to sleep, but
Yep.
it's not the only tool in their kit.
Yeah, it wasn't a big deal. I think Anatoly just saved the game, so if he did wipe there, he would just reload his save so he can keep all his money, because we just did all that farming. We are loaded up on gold. The maximum you can hold is 65,000. 5. What was it? 65-525, I believe, is the number.
Yeah.
And does not want to lose it. He's got about 60,000 right now.
Makes it all the way into the world tree to get into a fight on the world tree tile.
Yeah, it's fairly often that you get an encounter here with the desert tiles and the tree tile. And you get trees on it. Evil ones.
I mean, luckily he's right here too, so like, if one or two go down but one survives, he's fine. And then also, Welgarth being very close ship right away, he should be alright.
Yeah, so once you got the Staff of Thunder, you can basically use Infernos plus Staff of Thunder. You can take out groups pretty easily.
Yeah. I mean, that's another huge thing about the NES over the Super Famicom is like, even though you keep selling it, you get to keep one, and that's such a great tool for like Lars to have.
We're making our second trip here to Welgarth. Talk to the girl who sings the music for you.
Just hoping Anatoly's singing the key song. I'm sure that we wouldn't be able to hear it, but
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Yeah, he has his mic off, unfortunately. So you find the light sword here. It's going to give that to Middenhall, and a shield of strength. Give to Canuck here. He's going to buy. Oh no, looks like he's going to sell. He's going to sell the Staff of Thunder now.
Northrex is getting a chance at a Metal King.
Yeah. Did he get the shield?
I think he did.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
Yep, there it is. He's staying around. He hasn't cast Firebane, though. So if the Metal King does cast Firebane, it will be reflected back by the shield. Oh, too bad.
Oh, he killed one. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, Bray is perfect now.
Yeah, usually will kill himself once you have the shield equipped. The mirror shield.
That would have been too wild, man. Because Linda knew she got one. Got the Metal King.
Yep, that's nice to have. So he won't have to worry about Bray experience. He will definitely be learning by kill. And a couple extra levels. It's definitely nice as well, especially HP wise.
This isn't single segment, so he's going to get 2 Waterflying Clothes.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it looks like here Tolu is doing some extra shopping here. He sold the Staff of Thunder for now. He's going to pick up another one later, but allows him to get 2 Shield of Strengths right now, as well as 3 Dragon's Banes to equip on each party member. So Dragon's Bane, what it does is it reduces the hit rate of both Sleep and Stop Spell to be, I believe, 1 out of 16. He's going to talk to this guy. His name is Rogue Fastfinger. He's got the Watergate key. Talk to him through the wall there. You don't actually have to transition, but there's a little space out there. You can walk below him and talk to him and find him.
Go pick up another another Staff of Thunder.
Yeah, he's going to do that immediately here before going over to Baron. And then meanwhile here on the Northrix side, he's fighting probably the hardest boss here of this boss rush, Infernus Shadow. And he went down really easily.
Yeah. And it gets really scary when he does stuff like Violent Blaze and Exploded in the same turn.
Yep.
Defeat's party wide. It can land on all three of them at the same time. But yeah, gold baboons when they cast sacrifice, that's a guaranteed party wipe.
Yeah, we should never see the sacrifice come into play. Unless Antolu decides to try some gold baboon farming in the castle later on. But he doesn't typically do that.
Yeah, he's usually sticking to giants, especially when he's still trying to get a sort of decimation.
Yeah.
Or sort of destruction. He's saving and resetting, so he's respawning the evil clown again.
It looks like he's going to do the last one right away here. So there's definitely different ways you can ride out getting these evil clowns and getting all the money you need, but generally you need to kill, what was it? You do 4 the first round plus 2 more, so 6 of them.
Don't you want to end up with like 3 shields of strength by the end, or is it just 2?
Just 2 is enough, because whenever the Prince of Mud Hall isn't attacking, you're usually not winning.
That's true. Northrex did the bait. He did the turnaround.
Yep. And just, I guess 2 ways you can trigger this battle is turn around or talk to him again.
Yep. I think the PS1 and DS remake, if you turn around, then he gets an ambush on you.
Yeah, that would definitely make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So Giga Demon is usually pretty easy, the easiest of the group. Well, and rogues are usually pretty easy too. But so this battle here over on Anatolu's side is quite nice, but also quite dangerous if they start using Sleep Breath. So Sweet Breath is not affected by the Dragon's Banes we picked up, so it still has the 3 out of 8 chance to put you to sleep. So looks like you got a couple of them out of the picture, so probably good shape here. But they can easily sleep block your party.
Yep.
I'm sure he did a safety save as well before this, so it wouldn't have been a huge deal.
Yeah, there's just so many. Like the sea slugs are like great, like XP and gold, but like there's so many things that can go wrong.
Yeah, you rather much see like a big group of Man of Wars instead.
Yeah. Like even the Super Famicom version, they're like a little bit like a hair safer because you can put them to sleep pretty easily, but still all it takes is one to put your party to sleep, and then when you're asking favors from the RNG people.
Yep. Once you get the Staff of Thunder, usually makes these ocean battles a lot safer, since you got basically 2 ways of doing AoE spell damage. So he's sailing south here to Osterfair. He's going to make probably a quick stop here in Osterfair. We do need to pick up one of the crests, the Moon Crest. That the king has. You have to defeat a Saber Lion.
I think after that fight is when he'll probably spend the 15-20 minutes outside, because you can run into a bunch of different fights here. One of them is actually the 8 metal slimes.
We're getting blocked here.
That guy's related to the armor shop girl in Dragon Warrior 4.
Yeah, so he's picking up some magic armor now for both Minhall and Cannock, as well as some close hiding for Moonbrook. So now we're going to have some good armor here, and it's going to make a lot of this stuff a lot safer, especially the sea battles are way safer now. And then it's also going to make it easier to get to the village of Toon. So magic armor has a 25% reduction on spells damage, and then close hiding has a 1 out of 8 chance added dodge rate.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, it's slightly different in Dragon Warrior 4. I believe it's 1 out of 6 dodge rate in Dragon Warrior 4.
Yeah, that's what I was getting confused with.
Yeah. It's changed a little bit over the years, but generally it's around 1 out of 8, so 1 out of 6. So
You definitely notice it.
Yeah, yeah. Saberline goes down pretty easy now that we got the armor and all that, but he's also one of the enemies that do focus fire. I don't know if you've mentioned that yet.
Oh, I have not.
So when a enemy or enemy group has focus fire in their battle script, basically all the enemies in that group will always attack one character until they're dead every turn. So it can be quite dangerous when you have a big group of them, but it can also be nice in the case of we had that single Saberlion, so we knew who the Saberlion was going to attack every turn, so we could plan it out, parry, and heal, and make it nice and easy to get through.
I guess I somewhat alluded to that when I was talking about Atlas earlier, because Atlas is one of the ones that'll focus fire.
Yep.
And if he just chooses the wrong person, then it's okay, we'll try it again.
Oh, is it 1 out of 5 for Dragon Warrior 3? Wow, I did not know that. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Alright, so got Red and Vice here. Seems to be going pretty well. Lena will probably die here unless she already has Unspell cast on to her. Nope, he attacked her anyway. That's funny. Not a big deal if Alina goes down. You need at least 2 attackers, so Ragnar and the hero should be enough here to get through this. Since Red and Vice regenerates 50 HP per turn.
I probably would have put him on use no MP and have Krista swing too, but I mean he has to swing now. He doesn't have any more.
Yeah. Yeah, Krista's on MP. Spend it all on Vivifies that didn't work.
Oh, got Lena in time just enough to.
Okay.
Just to
you use it with the hero. So, nice to get Lena this XP. Could give her an extra level.
That should be Bray's by kill unless he already has it. Probably, yeah, he's already got it done.
Yeah, with the babble earlier. Yep, looks like Anatolia's doing what you were saying. He's doing some grounding here outside of Osterfair. So we're looking for that 8 metal slime formation, right?
I think that's the best, because even if you kill one, that's the most XP you can get, because with the multiplier, it gives it to 200 or 300 XP.
Yep, it'll be around 260, I believe, if you even kill one in a group of 8. So you get 10% more XP for every extra enemy. So in a group of 3 enemies like this, you'll get 20% more XP at the end of it if you kill them all. Well, you don't actually have to kill them all, because they run away.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
The guy armor versus the magic armor. I think the magic armor pretty much comes in because the guy, I don't think he does that much more defense than the magic armor.
Yeah. See, Guy's armor, I believe, is 10 more defense. Double check. I got my master document up here. Armor Gaia is 35 defense. Magic armor is 25. So yeah. So it is a trade-off. You don't have to purchase the Armor Gaia. But it also takes a little bit longer to get because you have to go walk all the way around around back behind the shop. And then you get that extra 10 defense. The downside is you'll take more spell damage, so enemies that cast Firebane are especially more dangerous. So where that comes into play is usually when you fight the 2 evil clowns at the end of the sea cave, undersea cave. It can make that fight pretty safe, very safe, actually, if Minhall has the magic armor. It's runner's choice. I always preferred picking up the magic armor just because here's another Metal Slime group. Look at this. And I always preferred it just because we already had the money for it. And the spell resistance is a little more beneficial, I think, even though there's not quite as many enemies that use it versus extra defense, because Minhall already gets both the helmet and the shield of Erdrick.
Yeah.
So that's already quite a bit of defense extra that he gets. That's just my opinion, though. Either is a valid option.
Especially the way that Anatolia's grinding here, if he's looking for those metal slimes too, it makes more sense for the magic armor because they're only going to be casting fireball.
Yep. You don't see a lot of spellcasters, I think, other than the slimes in this area. Meanwhile, North Rex is making his way through the castle. Things seem to be going pretty well so far.
Ooh, ambushed by Master Malice.
They can explode it to the face.
And the nice thing about Master Malice is they're on that script, so I think the worst with that one, like, you're just gonna take maybe 2 exploded to the face.
Right. Yeah. Do you know where Anatolio's going to stop here for levels? He's looking for like probably 13.
I think so. Yeah, I think it was like 13, and maybe it was even more 8 for Varia.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yeah, it's probably Moonbrook to 8 because she gets repel. And
Yeah, because then you can use that on a big part of that Toon Walk, and it blocks all the lower encounters out.
Yeah, and then all the ocean stuff as well. That helps. Got Duke Mellisto making an appearance. Yeah, I definitely see now why Anatoly routed all the purchasing the way he did, because then he'll have everything he needs for this grind, as well as the Dragon's Bane, so he can not get blocked, spells blocked as much.
Yeah, and it's actually not a terrible grind right here, and yeah, it just, even if you're spending like the 15-20 minutes, however long it takes, you're gonna make some of that back with all the repel use.
Yep. Alright, looks like we're approaching Necrosara here. I don't know if Cowie's around. We could maybe switch the audio over to that if he hasn't already. Looks like Anatoly's just finishing up his grind here. Making some last second adjustments here to the defense levels that both Alina and Ragnar have. This is so... Christo will cast Increase twice at the start of the fight here to boost everybody's defense. So starting off casting Fence Spell on Necrosara. This is so Christo won't cast Beat like he just did anymore. He'll see that Fence Spell is up and it will not work anyway. So now he will transition to defense of spells. Unfortunately, Alina took a little too much damage there, so he cast Heal All.
Oh man, he might cast Heal All on himself now too.
Yeah. A little unfortunate here at the start. It happens. Oh, you got one.
Hope we got it.
Okay, good. So he should be good now. He's gonna heal Christo.
Might do Heal All on Ragnar.
No, he should be fine here.
Okay. Turn order help too.
Yeah. Alright, 2 increases. Very nice. So now he's going to pull Christo out. Put Bray in. So now he's going to be setting up the buy kills.
A little risky. I mean, okay, he went to sleep, but it's risky because Bray's not coffin blocked right now.
Yeah. So he's obviously the least likely to take a physical in the back, but it is possible if you don't put a coffin in for, say, Alina or Ragnar here. So he's trying to get the Sword Decimation here to get his defense down. It's not working. It has about a 41% chance of working on his face. So once his Necrosara's defense is down, there's the first buy kill. Once
he doesn't really need the buy kill now. He doesn't need the defense now.
Yeah. Yeah, once his defense is down, basically it makes Bray more likely to cast buy kill. Gives him a bigger HP range that he'll cast it in, because once this phase gets down in HP is when Bray will start casting it, usually below half HP. So looks like he got buy kill on both Hero and Ragnar. It's missing on Alina at the moment. To get it on Alina, he will have to repeat the same thing, which is cast Fence Spell and then get his defense down.
And this phase has a much smaller window too.
Yeah, it's a little bit less HP.
Yeah, ooh.
Ooh, okay. Wow, he must have gotten water flying close for Bray, because he survived that. Okay, in the third phase, got all their buy kills. This one's a little dangerous because you can cast Beat, and then it can also troll you by casting Increase. So you'll have to land a sword hit, which is still a 41% chance to hit.
You can still troll you with a party-wide sleep too.
Yep, that can happen as well. Yep. So sword decimation didn't work, but got through it anyway. Not a big deal. So first, the green phases. The first one is dangerous in that it can cast freezing waves on your party. Thankfully, your first turn here is free. When it transitions, you get a free turn. So if you put it to sleep with either Hero or Ragnar, you're usually safe here. Ooh, wow. Ragnar waved the sword around there. All right. Okay, so he got through the freezing waves there by using Iron Eyes. So this phase has a 6-turn rotation, so it's always the same attacks, so he knows where he is in the rotation with freezing waves. So if he doesn't get him asleep again or into the next phase, he'll know when to Iron Eyes again. A little low on HP because that last phase didn't go quite as well as it usually does. So we'll have to be a little careful here. So this is the phase where it starts doing... ooh, we got Lucia. That's not great. Probably has a leaf here he can use if he needs to. Okay, not a big deal. That's why we have the leaf. So you definitely want to get the defense down here, so you get through these phases quickly. In these first 3 green phases, he has a 82% chance to get hit with the Sword of Decimation to sap him. You see how much damage we do once that happens. It's quite nice. So this 6th phase is the first one where he starts doing a lot of physical damage, as well as the breath attacks. So this phase, you definitely want to get his defense down, but you also need to start preparing for the final phase. So we don't want to start the final phase with the full party out like we do now. You want to get Alina back in the wagon, and ideally Lucia as well. But we do need Lucia for healing here, so...
Yeah, like a perfect setup would be Ragnar and Hero both at full HP with a ghost between them, and that's it, going into phase 7.
Okay, very nice. Perfect spot to pull Lucia out here.
Oh.
Nope, you left her in, but she cast a heal all. That's nice. But
yeah, and you
she's
can
gonna be in
you
for
just
this.
pull her out first turn, so...
Yep, so last phase here, want to look to see if sleep procs here at the beginning of the turn. If it does, we can skip Ironizing.
Nope.
Does not. So we'll be Ironizing probably 4 times. So what this is doing again is letting Ragnar learn not to wave the Sword of Lethargy around and instead attack. This basically gives you like a 92% chance or so that the party reaches level 4 learning. There's a whole bunch of math behind it, but basically what it amounts to is the more turns you have against an enemy, the more chances you have to reach max level learning on an enemy, which is level 4. So once you do learn that on this, on each enemy, and on Necrosaro here specifically, then Ragnar will know he cannot use the Sword of Lethargy as an item anymore.
And each phase has its own fight, so every time he does another phase, it's considered a new fight or a new enemy. So that's why he hasn't learned against phase 7 until after we cast the Iron Eyes.
Okay, he got him to sleep. He's using the sword, so this is a 41% chance to hit with the sword. You got
There
it?
it is.
Very nice. Okay,
Back
got
to
him back
sleep.
to sleep. Perfect, perfect. It's gonna bring in Alina here and start doing damage. So
There you
Alina
go.
is still by killed, as well as both Hero and Ragnar, because he has not used freezing waves yet. He's been sleeping. So we're gonna fly through this in about 3 turns if we don't get hit by freezing waves, which we did,
There,
unfortunately.
yeah. But Alita with that dodge was perfect.
Yep, very nice. So hopefully we get him back to sleep here at the... Nope,
Oof.
okay, still awake. This is going to be a little dangerous. If he does like 2 breaths, he can kill Alina.
Freezing waves, that's good.
Yep, freezing waves is good.
Double freezing waves.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
That's the same thing with Linda Nushi. They had
Yeah.
like 7 in a row. But Alina can crit now, so now that she's not bi-killed. Oh, he's not a sleepy boy though.
Yeah, he's getting close here. All right, freezing waves. He's got it. He did a lot of damage. He did a full turn with the full bi-kill party, and he's just been doing damage since then. So
Okay, he's
he's
asleep.
asleep now. Now he's got it 1.
Yeah, switch out Lucia for Bray.
Yeah, probably not necessary at this point, but might as well. Lucia's not going to do anything. Get him, Bray.
Okay,
Oh.
yeah. If Bray's attacking, yeah, he was there. Yeah.
Yep.
GG's
GG.
to Northrex, yeah. That's how he's got more boys on the screen.
Yep. Looks like he's grinding a bit more than what we thought.
Yeah, he might be going to 14 on Middenhall for Repel to work.
Okay. Yeah, I've not done the math on like all the encounters and enemies you face on what level would be worth it, but the way Repel works is you take the attack power of Binhall, which includes his weapon that he's equipped with and his strength, and then that has to be greater than twice the enemy's attack power in that region, and then you can repel that enemy. Nope, getting a little lost in the castle. It's been a long run. It's been,
Yep.
looks like, just over 7 hours. GG.
Yeah, and he had to wake up early for that too. So
Oh yeah. He's probably not eaten or just scarfed down some snacks in the middle of the run.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, I did mention earlier that like the end game of Dragon Warrior 2 for the NES is so RNG heavy that I mean, it's still possible that we could have a photo finish.
Yeah, it's possible. Let's see. Yeah. Fortunately, Anatolu has about a 2-hour head start.
Right.
But even so, say, okay, for SFC, a good time was what, just under 4 hours? But
Yeah, I think
if you get lucky, you can get like 3.5 with some Hagus.
yeah. So yeah, if Diener can do like 2 or 3 Hakus, I can definitely help out. Or maybe even some early metal slimes like around Moonbrook.
Yeah, that helps a little bit.
If you find one, when he goes to dive for the seeds in Moonbrook, that would be helpful. But yeah, definitely the Hagu would be a much better.
Yep, and then with Dragon Warrior 2, it's all about the final end game and if the last bosses will cooperate or not. And it can easily push you over 5 hours.
Yep.
For a run if things don't go well. So still possible. Yep, so if you didn't know, Some Diener is playing the Super Famicom version of this game.
Wonder if he'll name the hero She or Shido. Normally if your PB attempts or whatever, you would name Laurasia She, because then that gives you the shortest names for Sama and Moon, which are Conan and Nana.
Yep. Yep, not a huge difference in the naming, but for speedrunners, right, we gotta get all the frames you can.
Yeah. Just like normally with W2, you would use, was it W or S, and that'll give you Lars and Raz, or
yep,
Lars and isn't there another name for S? Bran. Oh, Bran and Raz.
North Rex is doing the Balloon World Tour here. This is credits. He's not really controlling it, but we are timing to the end of credits for all these games.
Yeah, take it back. I don't know how long Anatoliu's going to grind at Osterfair.
Yeah, he's still going. Just grind all the way to 21.
Right?
Yeah, I've seen Japanese runners do this as well. Grind. Usually they stop about now, and then they continue, and they get to Roan, and then finish the grind there.
Might even just be saying like, hit 14, use up the rest of my resources, and then leave.
Yeah. Yeah, because, at this point, he has all the spells that he could possibly want, which is, he has got Return and Outside on Lars, on Canuck, and then he's got Repel on Moonbrook. But he's still killing these metal slimes, so making progress, because the true goal of the game is to get to at least level 21 on Middenhall. And as long as you're making progress towards that, it's good.
It's interesting how it's like it's similar goals, right, for between the two, because like for Dragon Warrior 2 it's you want 21 on Middenhall, but in Dragon Quest 2 then it's Sama getting to 25, and any step towards that direction is a good step.
Yep, exactly.
Oof. Damage dealer went to sleep.
Yeah, you got that rare 1 out of 16 sleep. Get him, Lars. Didn't really talk about it, but the metal enemies in 2 are quite a bit different, at least the original version of 2. Quite a bit different than what you're used to seeing in other games. So the metal slimes all have 6 HP, but you can, like in the original Dragon Warrior 1, Dragon Quest 1 for NES, you can defense break them. So as long as you got enough attack power, you can do kind of normal-ish damage, which is what Anatoliu has. Since he has the light sword on Middenhall, all that extra attack power allows him to defense break it break the metal slimes, so he won't only do 0 and 1 damage. And can kill them all in each of them in one hit.
And then the Metal Babbles have like what, 35 hit points or something?
Yeah, Metal Babbles have, I believe, the max is, let me double check here. I believe it's 37 actually.
You'd think that they would give great XP, but they do give 10 times more than a Metal Slime, but unfortunately they didn't adjust. So like Metal Slime still give like 135 like they did in Dragon Warrior 1, and then
Right.
Metal Babble only give you like 1,000, which is still a significant amount, but when the rest of the stuff in Roan gives you like 1,500, you know, it's not as big of a deal.
Yeah, so Metal Babbles can hit, their max HP is 35. Yeah.
Oh.
So 28 to 35 HP on Metal Babbles, depending on a little bit of randomness on the HP when they spawn. But yeah, only 1,000 experience, and they know Firebane. They can actually be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, they're... It's almost a trap.
Oh, it 100% is a trap. in the speedrun for sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's fun to take a swing at them. There's actually a point right at the end of the game in Harground's castle. Some guy I heard about. I don't know who he is, but there are Metal Babbles on that floor, and you can actually take a swing at them and kill them because you have the Falcon Sword of Destruction usually.
Would be nice if there were if everything else there would like instantly kill you in the Super Famicom version. That'd be a great place to farm them. Try and farm them.
Right, so waiting for the credits to finish out here. Probably switch the audio back over to Tolu here, killing some more medals. He's getting a lot of these groups.
Yeah. Yeah, and every time Zoma swings, he's pretty much guaranteed to kill one.
That name gets me every time.
Well, there's Moonbrook 10.
Yep.
Oh, she learned something. Would that be Heal All? Or maybe that's
no, that's
Antidote.
10 is defense, I believe.
Oh, okay. Oh, that late in that version?
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, actually, Antidote is after that, 3 levels later.
Oh, wow.
Well, I hope you guys like grinding, because that is what Dragon Quest 2 and Dragon Warrior 2 are all about.
Yep.
In the end. You do have to do a lot of story stuff, but you have, like we said earlier, some minimum level requirements by the end of the game to be able to consistently finish it.
Yeah, both runners will be doing a... I don't want to say like significant, but it is a significant grind and roan at the very end. Like...
Yep. It'll be about probably at least an hour for each of them.
Yeah. Hopefully
Diener can find some Hagu-chans on the way and chip that time down at the end.
Yep. So that, like you said earlier, like the original version of this game has only 1,000 XP for Metal Babbles, but they changed that for the remake. They are worth the normal 10,000 that you see in all the later games. So as you can imagine, and they also have less HP. So they have normal, like, what, 4 to 5 HP, I think. So every Metal Babble that Diener gets is going to knock about 10 to 15 minutes off his time, his end time. That's how big they are. The Super Famicom runners typically measure the final time they get against how many babbles they got. So, like, to say if you got 2 babbles and you got this really good time, like, oh, that's my best 2 babble time, or you got none at all during the whole run, and it's like, okay, this is my best 0 babble or 0 Hagu time. So that's how significant it is.
Oh, there is a glitch that you can. Oh, I don't know if we call it a glitch necessarily, but there's a manipulation that Diener can do when he runs into either a Metal Slime or a Metal Babble, where he can basically guarantee a hit. He can't guarantee that it'll stick around or anything, but he can guarantee that he'll connect and do 1 damage.
Our second Dead King and Moonbrook burning down.
Being sacked by minions of some guy I've never heard of.
Yeah. Apparently he has a castle somewhere. So it looks like Anatoly is finally done with the grind. He made his way down to Baran, which is going to be the kind of main hub for the rest of the run until we finally get to the last area, which is Roan. So he did a bunch of grinding, so that's going to allow him to use Repel. Basically not see any Osher encounters, except for a couple regions where it has the more dangerous encounters. There's a chance to see them.
Like a gargoyle or something.
And you can also see them here in the river, because it's a higher encounter zone.
Yeah, he'll still see like hunters and stuff like that, but there's a big chunk of this walk, especially this first walk, that's in the lower encounter zone, which he'll be repelling everything from.
Yep. So those hunters are quite dangerous at these levels. Making our way over to Toon, to this little area at the top here. You can actually repel enemies from, because it's a lower encounter zone. So he just hit the higher enemy encounter zone right there with that gold orc. They're usually pretty safe. Yeah, there's another one. Maybe it's the same one.
He's trying to catch up. Hey, you guys!
You see my friends around? Hey.
Your buddy was back there. Uneventful walk, that's always nice.
Yeah, nice. First try runs and everything. And only one bad encounter.
I like how it lets you throw away the silver key.
Yep. So yeah, once you're done with the evil clowns, you're technically done with the silver key. There's no use for it anymore. But it's kind of a good spot to do it. Just I did it as well. Like, this first time you enter Toon here, you know for sure you're not going to need it anymore, or at a certain point, right? So you're just like, okay, let's throw it away, make some inventory space.
Oh, something you didn't mention it also.
Ooh,
So before before Diener left Laurasia there, he went on a big shopping spree, and by selling certain things and buying certain things based on his gold value, he knows when he's going to get a lottery ticket.
So by doing that, he's able to manipulate to get as many herbs as he needs. I think he gets like a couple shields right away too. And then he's gonna do another one after he meets up with Sama, and that'll basically kit them out for like the first leg of the journey to Moompeta.
Yeah, as opposed to the original game, where you do get lottery tickets, but it's just a flat 1 out of 6 random chance you get it every time you buy an item from an item shop. They made it kind of based on your gold amounts for some reason in the remakes, instead of like a random chance. So because that happens, we can manipulate it and basically make money by buying and selling things.
They tried to make it a little more random in the Game Boy Color version, but it's still... It was like a 50-50 shot based on what frame you talk to the vendor.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, pretty much the same thing. So looks like we get our second time in the tower here, looking for the second Dew's yarn.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. It was on the stairs all along.
You just have to look really carefully for it.
Yeah, just keep looking. It's got to be there. So, I think you said that earlier, right? It's a 25% chance to find it anywhere on that floor. So, just keep searching. So it looks like he's decided to walk out and take some fights, even though he knows outside. Oh, he forgot he had outside. It happens. He's doing a new route, so this is a new route to him. So when you do this run games for a long time, right, you get used to having certain things at certain times, and if you change it up, it's easy to forget.
Yep, that's right, Poexel. Wiener making it to Spring of Bravery, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Setting up for a Death Warp. Now, there is one extra step that you have to do in the SFC version. In the NES version, when Anatoly did this, he just Death Warped and went back to Canuck, walked down to Hamlin, and not Hamlin, Leftwine, and there was Canuck. But here you have to go Death Warp back to Laurasia, talk to your dad again. He's like, oh, he was just here, and then you can go to Leftwine and meet up with Sama.
Yeah, it still has like similar dialogue in both versions, but they just don't have the story check here in Middenhall.
Yeah, because I think the guy at the Spring of Bravery in the NES says that he went to Middenhall, but then if we go to Middenhall, he's not there. But you don't have to talk to your dad to make him appear in Leftwine.
Yep, so Anatoly is picking up the second Magic Loom here. So he already dropped off the first Magic Loom and Dew's Yarn with Don Mahoney to make the water flying clothes, but he's doing what's a kind of a well-known glitch here in this game. Not really a glitch, but kind of an oversight in the way the game works, in that you can get 2 water flying clothes, and it's extremely necessary for the run to get 2 of these.
Basically, like, what the game does is it says, oh, you don't have the water flying clothes in your possession, nor do you have the Dew's Yarn or the Magic Loom, so therefore they must be in the spots where you have to find them again. So you can go and find them again, even though you turn them into Don Mahone, then you do the reset. He'll give them to you, you talk him to him again, he's like, oh, I can make you, you have them, so I can make you another set.
Yep, so as long as you don't pick up the first set, you can go get the items again and have it ready for a second set. So they did that just to save space in the save file. So the game does a lot of inventory checks to say, okay, this item can spawn in this chest, or this item can spawn in this location. It just checks your inventory instead of actually having like kind of more of a story type trigger where it's like, okay, you already picked this up, you can never do it again, which they did in the later games. So you can only pick up 1.
That's basically, yeah, it's like the same type of check they do for the Staff of Thunder.
So while Anato's making his second trip over here,
Gets to do a little bit of a shortcut this time since he opened the water gate the first time. And he's gonna have to make this trip one more time because this will be getting his first set and then turning in the things to get a second set. He has to do another reset.
yep. So he tells you to come back in a day or so, which he does not mean in-game days. He means come back tomorrow, save your game, and come back.
I wonder how many people back in the day like just went to the end and came back. What the heck?
Oh, I definitely did. Every time I watch somebody play this game casually for the first time again, that's exactly what they do.
Yeah.
Like, why isn't this working? And then the other problem is there's a second check where not only do you have to save your game and then reload it, you also have to make sure that Princess Moonbrook's inventory is not full.
Oh yeah.
Because
yeah.
they have to place it in her inventory. So if it's full, he'll still say, please come back in a day or so, because it's not done. So
because he can't give it to her.
Yes. So
that's right. I think I learned that like a couple months ago, and I remember I was asking you guys about that because a friend of a friend was playing it and couldn't get it, but it turned out his emulator was wonky.
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, you had to like check a box that said like flush memory or something when you do a reset.
Yep, so he's going to make one more trip over here to pick it up, and then he'll also then have all the equipment he needs, and then he can also do the Moon Tower.
Which is only the second scariest dungeon or air location that he's going to do in the next 3 locations.
Yeah, Undersea Cave is probably the... Well, not counting the cave to Rome, but...
Right,
yeah.
yeah.
Undersea Cave's a little bit more dangerous, but yeah. This is the thing is with this dungeon is it's more of like a kind of just big labyrinth, and if you know exactly where to go, it ends up being pretty short.
Yeah. It's scarier in the Super Famicom version because the run chances are so much worse. You're trying to take every encounter and you are pretty low level for going in there.
Alright, looks like... Oh, he did not do this earlier. So he was walking around with a bunch of money without saving for a while there. Which could be dangerous, but it didn't matter. So he needed that money from one of the Staffs of Thunder he sold to buy a Falcon Sword, because we're going to be using that for the glitch much later on. So he's got our second set of Water and Flying Clothes. He gives them to Prince Kainok, which is his best armor as well. Thankfully, actually all 3 party members can equip the Water Flying Clothes in this game. And Water Flying Clothes has a 50% spell reduction damage, and also 50% breath reduction on damage. So it's extremely good. Nothing else comes close to the Water and Flying Clothes as far as protection.
And it's a 100%, it's full damage tile safety too, right?
Not barriers.
Not very okay.
Yep.
Swamp and lava is okay, but
yeah. Yep.
Oh.
So this is exactly what you don't want to see. All right, you got away. So that was pretty scary. Thankfully, he bought everything he needed, so if he did wipe, not a huge deal. But he's gonna now turn around here, go back to the healer, get Kainok revived again.
He could take an in. I mean, he used a couple heal Morris, but I mean, if you got the money, why not?
Yeah, it's just kind of slow walking around the town, but
Yeah.
either way.
Oh, he's just gonna go for it, huh?
Yeah, usually it's pretty rare that you run out of magic in this tower.
Yeah. Yeah, because you just need to make it to the end, and as long as you got enough for return, you might even have a wing still on him.
Yeah, usually you keep an emergency wing just in case Canuck dies, since he is your only way to return. So you see here, like, you got these small sections, and you're just going up the first set of stairs he sees, and that gets you to where you need to go. And then you go in the door, and then you go back down. I think you were saying earlier how you tend to go up and then down in these towers. But, yeah, they did that a lot in this game, mainly to, I think, just
Save memory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because just kind of you get the most out of your map by going a bunch of different ways up and down. But look at that, nice and easy. Cast outside, cast return. We're done. I think he had like one encounter in there.
Yeah, 2 Vampiri.
Yep.
And then, so yeah, Diener did a little bit of grinding after getting Sama in his gear. He's like level 3 and 2 right now, and now he's gonna go beeline for Moonpeta. This is a scary encounter. Oh, he got all the luck he needed.
Yeah, so not only did Diener fully get equipment that he needed for grinding in this next first section, he filled up on herbs and wings that he'll need as well. Because generally especially early on, MP is extremely valuable for damage. So you want to use herbs for healing as much as possible.
Yeah, Canuck's Gira spell is going to do way more damage than even Lore's attack at this point.
There's a dog following him.
Yeah. I wonder why.
Little 1-1.
Now, Diener's going to take a very specific route around this little area to get to the Mirror of Ra, specifically so that he does not run into baboons. Because they will ruin his day if he does that if he sees them right now. So, yeah, bad encounter, so we're just going to try to run from it.
Yep, not a big deal if he does get killed here, because he just saved. So
Yeah.
he doesn't go good. Meanwhile, Anatolu is making his way down to the lighthouse.
Yep.
Just making a stop here in Leanport, just to use the inn to refill, because it's a faster inn than going back into the one in Baran.
And in both versions, with both speedruns, the lighthouse is pretty lazy. Like, it's not going to be too difficult.
Yeah, you're generally meant to do the lighthouse, I think, a little bit earlier than some of these other, like the Moon Tower. Usually you do that after the lighthouse. I mean, you don't have to, but the enemies in there are more difficult, or more dangerous than the lighthouse.
If I recall correctly, like, if you were to, like, play casually, like, you get the boat, and then if you just, like, go across the little tiny ocean there, you're in Alefgard again from DQ1. If you go to Tantagel, I think somebody there tells you about the Great Lighthouse, so I think they, like, intend you to go there, like, after you get the ship.
Yeah, and they probably intend you to kind of explore the old Alefgard first, right? And then you maybe go down in the Dragon's Castle and whatever else is there. And then, yeah, it's once you explore here, then you usually end up seeing the lighthouse. Lighthouse, like we said, is a really long dungeon.
About half of it is just the first floor.
Yeah, it's even longer in the remakes because you actually start from the bottom and then you have to do this exact same walk that he just did again. So you go
Yeah.
from the bottom up around the top and then do everything here again. Yeah, Diener is doing some grinding like we saw Anatoly do earlier. As soon as you get Moonbrook, you need to get her to level 2 or level 4. Both of them as quick as possible because she gets Sleep and Infernos or Boggy.
Yep. And Sleep is probably better in the Super Famicom version. I feel like there's more enemies that are susceptible to it.
For sure. Yeah, in the remake they definitely rebalanced all the enemies. They try to keep them kind of the same, but like vulnerabilities and some of their attacks and stuff they changed around. Got a bunch of mummy mans here on the right. Let's see if they drop some clothes for Anatoly here. Nope. 1 out of 8 chance to get some clothes that you have to throw away. Yeah, this game's kind of known for also its drops and drop rates.
Oh yeah. How many copper swords can be thrown into the ocean?
Yep. Is it sea slugs, right? Drop them.
Yep.
And you're limited on inventory. You actually get a few more inventory spaces in the remake, but you're still limited, so you basically have to throw things away to make room. And Zoma is powerful. One nice thing is when you're watching the remake here, there's spell animations. So when Diener casts Sleep, you'll see the little thing above the head of each enemy, and then there'll be like some bubbles that trickle down. The animation is only shown if the spell is successfully hit. So it makes it easier to track when you're just watching. See, okay, that guy got put to sleep, that guy got put to sleep. So yeah, those Gorgons, the green Medusa ball things that Anatoly just ran into there, those are a good example of one of the enemies they changed in that. In the original version here, they're immune to magic, and they have pretty high defense. So they cast Increase themselves. So they'll just start casting Increase, and they'll just do less and less damage, and the only party member who can do significant damage to him is Minhall. So basically once you get like 2 or more Gorgons on the field, it's just so slow to kill them, and they're not actually that dangerous. So it's just going to be faster to run. They're not really worth the time. But in the remake, they actually made them vulnerable to magic again. So they're actually pretty good to see and fight in the remake. Alright, so we're following this not at all suspicious old man back down the lighthouse. as we like to do.
I'm sure it's fine.
Just bringing us to what we want to get here.
He technically doesn't lie to us. Yeah, I'll show you where it is, what you're looking for.
Yep. Actually barely had any encounters in this class, but he's also higher level, so that probably made things easier as well. He's got a lot of MP left.
Ooh. Oh, ran away. So, Diener is going into Moonbrook Castle here, which is part of the intro. Anatoly didn't do this, but that's because there's some stuff with the things in the remake that aren't in there, which are stat seeds that we can take advantage of.
Yep, and stat seeds are kind of, I think you mentioned earlier that all the level up values are fixed, so you're like always going to get the same strength and same magic and same HP each level, but the stat seeds in the remakes are the only way to change that. So you're going to be feeding Canuck some HP seeds here early, 3 of them, just so he hits a HP threshold that makes killing the was it the clown? What was it called again?
Devil Priest.
Yeah, Devil Priest make that fight more easily winnable. Alright, so Anatoly got the Stars Crest there from the Gremlin fight. Heading back over here. I'm gonna get the last crest that we never forget.
Technically just did a high five right there.
Yeah. This is definitely one of the harder crests to find. You have to have the Jailer's Key and the Gold Key to get down here. You have to kill these Osmarks, which at this point are extremely easy. Call for help. These are the task strats. You have them call for help, and then you have to get more XP.
Yeah.
And then all they have to do is drop a wing, and you're set. They do know Firebane, but we have a lot of HP now and magic armor, so as well as the water flying close.
Yeah, nobody took full damage from that.
Yep. So you got to search this one tile right here. Here's the water crest. So you know you get the echoing flute, right? And you blow that. Usually kind of tells you where the crests are. But it doesn't work in town. It only works in that gel cell if you blow it.
I didn't know that. That's funny.
So yeah, if you don't try it in that specific gel cell, you won't know. There is an NPC actually that tells you where it is, and it's in that gel cell there. But the NPC is actually extremely hard to find. I would guess that a lot of people don't know it's even there. I'll point it out when we get to it. But it's actually through the warp portal here once you start going to Rome.
My dad had a save file, and he was the one that got the farthest out of all of us when I was a kid playing this. And we made it all the way to the final castle, but we didn't have all the crests. The one that we couldn't find was the one in the fire monolith.
Yeah. Yeah, that one could be one that you miss as well. But there's an NPC that tells you where it is. That's pretty easy to find. So as long as you like talk to everybody and you kind of write stuff down, usually you can find stuff. So now we're headed over to the undersea cave. We needed the moon fragment from the moon tower to lower the tide here around it. Or no, raise the tide. Raise the tide so we can get into the cave.
So we can enter the happiest place on Earth.
Yep. Meanwhile, Dina's going over to the wind tower to get the cloak. So yeah, the undersea cave is pretty dangerous. We know exactly where we're going, and it's a pretty big labyrinth. But even though we know where we're going, it's still pretty dangerous. These evil eyes here can steal your MP. And the MP steal in this game is
Brutal.
quite high. You lose a large percentage. You usually lose at least 10 MP when they steal it. And healing is at a premium.
It's just
Usually
as bad
this-
as the other version.
Yeah, for sure. And usually, especially on NES, this dungeon either goes like really well or really, really badly, and you just die. Usually, it comes down to the last couple floors because you run into large groups of saber lions. And like we mentioned earlier, saber lions have the focus fire attack. So you'll run into groups of like 3 or 4 of them down here, starting on this floor. And if you fail to run once, one character's dead, guaranteed. Okay. Mummies are just fine. They will split they still do a lot of damage, but they'll at least split their attacks. Or no, maybe they do focus fire too. Do they? I don't remember if mummies do. Maybe it was just luck.
They just didn't like the way the princess looked at them.
Yeah. Fainting attack. Oh, yeah, mummies do have focus. You don't see them too often down here, though. Mummies have a little bit less attack power, so slightly safer than the saber lions. Plus, Anatolu is higher level, so that definitely helped as well. So we didn't see any saber lions, which is great. This can be a little dangerous. The dragonflies here. Oh, they did physicals. They have a breath attack too. And oh yeah, wow. This turned around quickly. Okay, still winnable here. He's still okay.
This is fine.
Yep. He's got a leaf. Yep. And that's why we had the leaf. So we really only need 2 party members here to get through this. You can actually get through with 1 if you're lucky. But you definitely need Middenhall.
Yeah, so what he could do here, and what he might do here actually, is give Lars's water-flying clothes to Middenhall.
Yeah, he could do that.
Oh, maybe not.
It takes time to switch the equipment around, and usually you're fine here. So you see the Firebane damage.
He still has the magic armor, so it's not that big a deal.
Yep. So definitely, if this was a case where you got the
Gaia
Gaia's
armor.
yeah, it would definitely be worth switching the water flying clothes over.
They're different versions because the people that signed up to do it, you know, I don't know if we had two of the same, but they were both Chunsoft, so why not? Sometimes it's fun to see these multi-version bases, sort of like the three-way Dragon Warrior 2 one we did a couple years ago.
Yep, yeah, that's fun. And the teams were actually balanced around the time differences in all the versions, so it's kind of accounted for. Super Famicom's gonna always be usually be a little bit faster than NES. So no problems there for Anatoly. You got the Eye of Malroth, and unfortunately, since Lars is dead, he's our only way to use outside. So we're gonna Death Warp here.
The Metal Hunters are gonna cast outside on us, right?
Cast Limbo.
Yeah.
Yeah, utterly destroyed. I think it was. He did the Death Warp in the Silver Key Cave, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is only the second Death Warp. Death is pretty good.
He didn't know third, because Spring of Bravery.
Oh, right. Yeah, the first two are planned, I guess. Yeah. No unexpected deaths.
Oh, yeah.
At least yet.
Not until we get the white ground loops.
Yep.
Nothing Anatoly doesn't have to worry about here in Baran is that Diener will is there's a story element that they added in the Super Famicom version where if your entire party's alive to use it in, Kanak will get sick and leave your party until you burn a world leaf tree or world leaf on him.
Yep. Speaking of which, that's what Anatoly is gonna go do. Grab another one.
Yep.
Since he used his.
And the only real reason we have like a big discrepancy in time is due to RNG and just how Dragon Quest speedruns go.
Yep, it happens. You kind of go into this half expecting it and being surprised if the race is close.
That's a good way to put it. Ironic.
Yep, that's the downfall of that segment run is you can't reset and re-roll your bike, though. You just have to keep leveling. But we knew that could be an issue going in.
Yeah.
But, it's fun to show
Crimson-
off the different stuff.
Yeah, Crimson definitely showed off not only like 18 different backups, but showed like what DQ perseverance is.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch the video. Actually, I woke up I fell asleep with it on. I woke up right as Scarlet Shadow was finishing, and I think that's also when when Crimson had just finally gotten by kill, or right around then. I was like, wow.
I think I woke up when Crimson was watching Ortega fight the Hydra.
Yeah, I went back to sleep after that, but all right. So remember I told you where that NPC was?
Yeah.
Right in this tower right here with that old man. It's not the old man, but you have to go up, straight up from here through the barrier, and there'll be an outside area to the shrine. Here, there he is in the corner.
That guy.
Yep, that guy in the corner.
Wow.
So Anatoly showed it for us. So that guy actually tells you where the water crest is. But if you don't test that one tile to go out and exit that shrine that way, you won't never know.
Oh, because the stairs brings you to the overworld too, right?
Yep, the stairs does the same thing as what he just did, is exiting that way. So, yeah.
So the only way you'd see it is if you walked back in, I suppose.
No, because that brings you back inside through the stairs.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Man, Enix is mean.
Alright, so we got the Isle Malrath here to open the cave to roam. So this is kind of the last section of the game. Got a few more items to collect in this cave.
Yep.
Which is...
Got a crest in the basement.
Yep, crest in the basement. I think we'll pick that up a little later.
Yeah.
First, we'll probably go towards getting Erdrick's armor.
Yeah. Is the armor or the sword? But probably the armor.
Yep, so this cave is extremely dangerous, as you'd probably expect. Easy to lose party members with like 1 or 2 fail runs. And you kind of have to adjust your strategy through it and what items you're picking up, kind of versus like what happens. You know, if you fail a run a few times, so he dies. You're like, okay, let's just forget going for this. Let's go do this other thing because it's a nice, easy for sure thing. So, armor's just here through these stairs.
Forgot, does the armor have any breath or magic resistance?
Yep. So the Erdrick's armor has the 25% spell resist and 25% breath resist. So not as good as the water flying clothes, but Minhal's going to be wearing it. He has high defense and also more HP, so it's generally fine on him, even though it's not as good as the water flying clothes. We'll actually be equipping the water flying clothes at the very end of the game on him and taking him off of Lars here. Poor Lars is not going to have very much protection.
It's really ooh. Swinging for the memes. I appreciate
See how much damage
it.
he does if he hits him. Nope, he did hit him. So, doesn't have enough attack power to defense break this Babel, which probably has at least 30 HP. So the only way he's going to kill it is if he crits it. He's staying around, though. There's the Firebane.
I appreciate the commitment to the bit, though. There's one.
Yeah, there's 1 damage. Okay, he did 1 damage. Run away. Okay, we did our 1 damage. So you can see, like, you can actually run into a group of 2 metal babbles and 5 healers in here. And if they both stay and they start casting Firebane, it can actually be pretty dangerous. So he's going to be running from mostly everything in here. There might be a few fights he takes that are easy XP, or maybe like there's the Babel again.
Like, nope, not this time. Nope.
Too bad you get a Firebane.
Another thing that I think is interesting, that's an interesting contrast between both of the runs, is that, yeah, like you're saying, like poor Lars earlier, like he's pretty useless in the Dragon Warrior 2 speedrun. But in the DQ2 Super Famicom, he's the GOAT. Like, he's the most important person you need to keep alive at the end game.
Oh yeah, yep, for sure. But he's also still fairly fragile too. So.
True. They just made him useful by giving him the revive spell.
Yeah. So Antle here purposely dropped down that pit, and here's where the Thunder Sword is. It's actually you have to go to this corner of this room, not the exact corner, one off from the corner, fall down that pit, and then here's the Thunder Sword. It's the only way to get there. You do get hints that it's in the cave somewhere, but it's pretty difficult to find if you don't look it up. All right, so looks like he's going to get all the items and then save, kind of bank his items, take the inn, and then go for the full travel through the cave to get to Roan. So here's the Hork Pit, everybody's favorite. So every encounter on this floor is Horks, and it also has the high encounter rate for each step. So you get like a 1 in 3 chance every step to get more Horks and fall asleep and fail to run. Okay. Any more Horks? Got a few more stuff here.
I'm guessing 2 more fights.
Oh, here's one. 3 Horks. Okay. Oh, we got it. Just 2 encounters. Yeah, my favorite encounter down there is probably like 2 Horks, 1 Hork, and 1 Hork up here.
Yeah, you can find every formation of Horks.
Yeah, so the game still uses like the way it like generates groups randomly. You know, you get a group of usually different enemies, but it still uses like the group random generation for down there, but it just fills it all with Horks instead. So you get different groups of Horks. It's kind of funny. Uh-oh. You got the classic Brawn block.
Double.
Okay. Talk to her. Oh, look. Magic Loom and Dew's Yarn. Thanks, lady. We already found 2 of each of those.
I was really hoping he was just going to stand there and hold her in there for spite for like a minute.
Oh, man. Oh, that's pretty good.
Somewhere Kowie's just screaming at his screen right now.
Alright, so he's going to now make his way to the to Roan. So it's the big plateau, snowy plateau in the middle of the world here. Has to make it through the cave and do a couple very dangerous floors. So he's going to be running from everything, healing up. Hopefully he doesn't run out of resources, and that's also why he picked up an extra leaf, because he'll most likely need to use it. He does have about 2 to 3 more levels than you normally do in the speedrun, typically, through here. So that's going to help a bit, his survivability. But if you fail to run from like 4 green dragons more than once, you're dead anyway. So
I know the game is called Dragon Warrior, but you don't want to be fighting the dragons yet.
yeah.
Actually, in the NES version, probably at all.
Oh, hello. They attack before you're ready. So this is one of those weird situations where, like, okay, you know what? These slimes are actually worth it for XP to take swings at. But the thing is, if he dies through this cave, which is very likely he will, he's just wasted time. So he's not going to bother.
I did not know that metal slimes knew sleep.
Yeah, they do. At least in this game. I don't think they do.
I don't think I've seen one in the remake.
Oh, definitely not the remake. But maybe it's been a while since I've played 3.
Diener is about to get his gold key. I've been so focused on Anatoly that he's already gotten that far.
Yep. Yeah, got the ship, did some sea battles. I saw one really big formation with a bunch of sea slugs that he got through. But definitely good. Getting gold in the remake version is more difficult because you can't do the Staff of Thunder farming. Mm-hmm. So you definitely need to be killing things for gold as well as experience.
Yeah, in fact, there's going to be, like, coming up, there's going to be, like, oop, there's the forgery. Uh-oh. There's going to be a decision that he'll have to make once he does sell Staff of Thunder. He's going to have to decide where his gold is at.
No, he's dead. Okay,
Yeah.
He just reset. So, like I said, I shouldn't have said anything, but it happens.
Yeah,
2 fail runs, you're dead to the dragons.
That's what we need. He's just trying to make the race closer.
Oh yeah, you're right. I should talk about some more bad things that could happen. Have you ever heard of the triple whammy?
I have not.
There's a video on my Twitch channel, a clip. I don't know if it's a clip. It's probably a video I put on there of me getting all the way, like 2 steps away from the shrine in Roan here at the very end of this whole section. Everybody was alive. We're doing fine on MP. Ran into, like, I think it was maybe 2 blizzards and a giant, or maybe it was like 3 blizzards. I don't remember which it was, but of course blizzards know defeat. They have a 1 out of 8 chance to hit each character, and one of them cast it, hit all 3 of them. Oh, no. Instant dead. 2 steps away. So
I think when I was watching his practice earlier this week, he was in the forest near the Roan Shrine, like trying to make it there for the first time, and Bull Wong sent him home.
Yeah, it happens. The triple whammy actually isn't my favorite death in this game. My favorite death was actually the giant 2 blizzards, and at that point I was actually fighting them because I wanted to get the experience, plus I wanted to get the sort of destruction drop from the giant. And so I was fighting him. I think I killed one of the blizzards, and then the other blizzard cast defeat, hit both Canuck and Moonbrook. So I was just down to Middenhall, and then the same turn the giant attacked and had a critical hit and killed Middenhall. So all in one turn, just instant death. It was because the giant doing a critical hit is actually more rare than the 1 out of 8
right
happening. So it's actually more rare than hitting the triple defeat. I'll have to find that. I have the video somewhere, but I'll have to find it at some point.
Diener getting his first leaf.
Yep. Got those evil trees here.
Anatoly got him, so he said I want him too.
Yep. So, unfortunately, on the remake, you can talk to this girl here, but she will not sing the song. It is a Famicom and NES only thing. So you don't get the key song. Only Lonely Boy. It's unfortunate because they have it. I mean, it's in the game. It's in the the main menu when you start the game, but they did not attach it to the woman there.
Yeah.
She blocks Diener.
She's even worse than I thought she was. So here's a little bit of a difference. Yeah, so Diener is now going down to Canuck, and he's going to get, or I guess it's Semiratoria here. But he's going to pick up the helmet of Erdrick, and then or Roto's helm, sorry. And then he's going to go. Is it the shield there? Oh, yeah, the helmet's in, Temptation. He already got it.
Yeah, he got the helmet already through the warp gate.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. So he's gonna get the shield, and he's gonna go get the silver key because he never grabbed that before going to Moonpeta earlier.
Yep. So Anatoly here is on the last floor here of the cave. It's a bunch of just basically the cave just a bunch of splits. And if you actually take one wrong turn on these splits, it sends you all the way back to the beginning. Except for, I think in a few spots, it'll send you to that middle big section again. But generally, it'll send you back to the beginning of this floor. So thankfully, we know where we're going. But definitely makes this floor pretty bad your first time through casually. There's the the Babel and healers. You actually kind of want to see that on this floor because it's one of the better fights. Silver baboons are usually fine as well.
Yeah, gold ones are the scary ones with sacrifice.
Yeah, you only could run into singles here on this floor. You can see formations of 3 of them once we get outside, though, which are very dangerous because they can sleep block you. Just have sleep breath.
Attorney General, Devils.
There's the 2 Babels and 6 healers.
He is getting ambushed at an alarming rate.
Yeah, he's gotten a lot of encounters here the last few. Yeah, he's starting to get low on MP here. So he's trying to split the MP use between Canuck and Moonbrook, just so it's very likely one of them dies.
Right.
So if one of them does, you'll still have some MP left on the other.
Ooh, attack bots are scary.
Yep, attack bots can instantly kill whoever they decide to attack if they attack twice or crit. Yep, oh, he attacked once, thankfully. The funny thing is whenever you see the single attack from him, that means that attack had a crit chance as well. But if you see the double attack, that means he just attacked twice. I've never seen so many Babels in this cave before.
Right. Hopefully Diener sees that many.
Yeah. All right, so now we're outside. This is the final stretch. So here's the triple. You do not want to see that. Okay, you ran away. Good. Got a short stretch here. Once he gets to the shrine, we're all good.
Remember the first time making it here as a kid, like it's cool because like in Dragon Warrior 1 you never saw white ground. So it's like cool to be like, oh, this place is snowy.
Yep, that's pretty cool. He's seen some dangerous fights, but he's getting away first try.
Yeah.
Okay, just
All
across
right, we
these
can see the
bridges.
shrine.
Last step. 2 giants. Did not see
Oh.
you. Okay. Whew.
The game was just like, remember, I could do this if I wanted to. So, something that's very nice in these versions that's absolutely atrocious in the Famicom version. If you, at this point, like, if you were to Death Warp, it'll send you back to the Roan Shrine because you saved here, but in these versions, if you talk to the guy, he'll revive you and restore your HP MP. In the original Famicom version, he does not do that. So you'd have
Something
to...
they added
go-
to this version, yeah. Thankfully.
Oh, down goes Lars.
Yep, so now is where the big grind begins for Anatolu. So, as if we weren't grinding before, this is the real one. So we're going to need to get Zoma here, Wenhall, up to at least level 21. He might go higher for safety. Oh, there we go. There it is.
There it is.
Got hit by defeat, and then the critical.
Commentator curse well in effect.
Yeah. At this point, it doesn't matter too much dying. It's going to be, ooh, this is nice, if you can not die. But not a big deal if you die here. Obviously, it's a little bit of time loss, but it's not a huge deal. We don't really need gold anymore. It's just about getting XP. So this fight is I believe the highest single fight for experience in the game. The 4 blizzards, but
Makes sense.
surviving
with
it.
the multiplier.
Oh. Surviving it with everybody alive is a whole nother deal. As you can see. And yeah, it's nice to get this experience for Moonbrook if she does make it through. But like I said, the real person that needs to level up is Middenhall to be able to finish the game.
And they can only do defense or defeat in this version. That's like the only 2 abilities they have, isn't it?
Yeah, correct. So it's a 50-50 chance either way, either defeat or defense. So there it is, 2356 experience just for her,
A wizard's wand.
and she got a wizard's wand. So wizard wand isn't a good weapon at this point. He'll be throwing that away probably.
Yeah, I mean, even at the worst, like, he'd rather have her be casting Infernos. He wouldn't want her using Fireball.
Right, and actually the wizard wand magic, the amount of magic damage it does is actually less than
That's right.
the spells. So it's pretty bad.
It caps at like 20 instead of like 24 or something, right? Or no, it's even worse than that. It was like 16
worse.
instead of 20.
Yeah, it's definitely worse. So, yeah, unfortunately, we still got a pretty big stretch between the 2 teams. It's about 2 hours, unfortunately. Team Zoma here, Anatolu, who's in the end game section for Dragon Warrior 2. Like I said, we're just going to be grinding, and then we're going to be doing pick up the last couple items. We still need to get the Charmer Rubus. I don't think he uses Leaf, so you won't have to pick that up. But it's just going to be grinding, pick up the charm, and then do the last boss rush. But we do have to do a lot of grinding. It's going to take probably close to an hour.
Yeah. And yeah, he's gonna try to kill as many of these giants as possible, so he can get they drop the Sword of Destruction.
Yep. So it's a 1 out of 8 chance for a giant to drop a Sword of Destruction. Even if you kill 2, it's still only 1 out of 8 chance. You don't get two chances. But that's why he's going after this fight, even though he's very likely to fight.
Yep.
Yeah, like that. So he did a lot of damage, so he's going to try to finish this off just to get the chance at the sword drop.
Meanwhile, Diener's fighting the evil clown, or the devil priest, and he's actually made it past the first round, so that means that he did something good, or the enemy did something good, because generally if they cast Explode it twice, you have to reset, because that means 2 of your people died.
Yeah. And this is the upgraded version, so it's the equivalent of the Mace Master in the original game.
Yeah,
So,
the ones that are found in Hargon's castle.
Yeah, so it's quite dangerous here on the remake.
Yeah, I think he's got like 120 HP or something like that. And the big thing is like he casts Explode It, and he can like one-shot pretty much Sama or Moon if he attacks them. So you're hoping for like either an increase, a decrease, or something, and you're trying to like surround him and stop spell him before you can actually start attacking him.
Yep.
But that looks like it was a solid. I think that was a first try.
Yeah, that went according to plan, I think.
Yeah. It's not uncommon there to have to try that like 2, 3, maybe even 4 times. But luckily you're saved right in Laurasia, so if you have to reset, you're right there. So it's just another like 30 seconds to get back to him.
Yep. Yep, we're looking for at least level 21 on Middenhall. Anatolu might do a little bit more grinding to 22, depending on how things go. Just because 21 is kind of the minimum you need to beat the game. You could actually do it at 20, but it's definitely, we won't see that today. But 21 will be the minimum. But every level you get like around 6 more strength and some more HP. So it just kind of slowly increases your survivability against Malroth as you level up. It's pretty incremental though, so it's not like, okay, we hit this level and it's like so much bigger chance of winning. It's just a little bit each time. So it's kind of come down to just attempting the fight over and over again, maybe getting some XP along the way, and eventually you'll beat them. So Anatolu is elected to fight here in the north section of Rhone, which has these more dangerous fights, but it just has these blizzards. Unfortunately, he's not been too lucky with them.
Yeah.
It's definitely more lucrative as far as experience, but yeah, definitely more risky as well. anything with like gold baboons in them, especially when they're grouped with other enemies, is going to be way too dangerous to fight. Gold baboons in this version have sweet sleep breath as well as all the other nasty stuff they have in the remix. They replaced the sleep breath with poison breath in the version Diener's playing right now, so it's quite a bit less dangerous.
B is surrounded.
Yeah, so Surround is nice, but unfortunately in this game, Surround only is a 25% reduction in hit rate. So it's not like other games where it's like 50% or even 75% like Dragon Warrior 4.
Right.
So while it does help, it's not as much as you'd hope for.
Yeah.
There's those 4 blizzards again.
Might not I'll get that. Might not I'll get that experience someday.
Yeah. Nope.
Not today. It was fine before we got to Rowan.
Nope. Utterly destroyed. Cold as a cod. Yeah, it's getting up there. We only had 3 plans deaths. They're kind of death warps earlier, but now that we're in Roan, we're racking up the cod count. Ooh. Lars took a big one to the face.
Ooh. They're big giants with big clubs. They hurt. Oh, there's a Hagu. Oh, ran away. That's the exact same tile I got a Hagu on my PB for GBC. One tile off the boat. Oh, there's a Metaru. Nope. He ran.
Nope. We're back to those 4 blizzards over here on this other screen.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, the important one's alive still.
Yeah. I believe in you, some. Oh, they dodged the blow.
Yeah. I forgot to mention that blizzards also have a 10% dodge rate. As do most of the enemies in this area.
He's trying. All right, we're down to 1.
No.
Defense,
Actually,
that's
it's a 6% chance to dodge.
Got him. There we go.
Hey! Level 16, here we come. It looks like he's taking a small break.
Yeah.
You don't get much time for breaks in either Dragon Quest 2 games, so
Pretty much any of the classic Dragon Quests, right? There's,
yeah, there aren't too many cutscenes that you can just let go. Yeah. Looks like Diener's on his way to Tepa.
Yep.
So Tepa is Toon, where you get the water flying clothes made, and you open the water gate. This is one of those battles that the devs really knew what they were doing. They put these little drakies that don't really do anything, but they cast defense on you, and then they put these really big physical headhunters in there with them, so they're just doing all kinds of damage.
Yep, and they're fast too, so they're probably gonna outturn it. One of them's probably gonna outturn you. But I mean, it's always a good day when you make it to Tepa on the first try.
Sure is. What is his Japanese name? I don't actually know. We always called him Uncle Waterflying Clothes.
Oh, Don Mahoney. I don't know.
Uncle WFC.
Go water flying.
Oh, I brought Star out of hiding. Hey, Star.
Is it somebody said, "Hey, can we like get some ice cream?" Yeah, when water cloths can fly, and now they're having ice cream. I'm sorry, that was a real stretch for that joke.
It is an interesting name. I don't know if it references something. An armor.
I feel like when I looked at the direct translation from Japanese, that made more sense than water flying clothes did. Like,
Yeah.
isn't it flowing dress or something like that?
That's what it's translated to in the remix, I think.
Oh, okay.
Right. So this is what you actually want to see over here on Anatolu side. Just a single giant. Nice and easy. You can only kill Moonbrook, that's fine. Get another chance at the drop. Nope. So like I said, it's 1 out of 8 chance to get the Sword of Destruction drop. So Sword of Destruction is a cursed sword, but we have a way around the curse, and we are going to make it so we can attack twice with it with the Falcon Sword glitch. The Sword of Destruction has 13 more attack power than the next highest sword, which is the Thunder Sword. So 13 attack power is pretty significant. So you definitely want that as part of your arsenal when you're going, especially for like level 21 attempts.
Mm-hmm. I think his normal strategy is that once he hits 19, that's when he starts making his way to the castle to start grinding with the glitch.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Diener must be heading to Baran for the Baran reset. He's gonna stop at Welgarth, or what's?
Yep. It looks like he didn't lose his leaf, so he did the Tepa trip first.
Yep.
And now he's going to be selling the
Staff of Thunder.
Yep. For the
So here's gonna make depending on his gold, he's either gonna get a big hand. Oh yeah, he's probably gonna get the Dragon Slayer. Looks like.
Yeah, usually when you go to Tepa first, you're fine on money.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
So depending on your gold reserve here, you have two choices. You can either get a big hammer or get a Dragon Killer. And he's got enough for the Dragon Killer. He does it's got, I forget, it's only like 8 more attack, but it makes a big deal in the Undersea Cave with the it's like the killer, the Saber Lions.
Yeah, it's kind of a damage threshold that helps quite a bit. One thing to note, though, on the remake as well, that he actually gave the light sword to Canon. Canon can equip the light sword in the remakes.
Mm-hmm.
He cannot do that in the original. The original, his best attack power weapon is actually an Iron Spear. But the Staff of Thunder is not too far behind that. And he can also equip the Falcon Sword, but he has such low attack power until you get to like his like super high levels that you never see in a casual play usually.
Yeah, so yeah, his 30s basically.
Yeah, 30s to 40s. Actually, he caps at 40, so it'd be 30s. Yeah. So you never see that, but thankfully he can equip it in the remake, which is quite nice. Because now that he has the light sword and Orasia or Middenhall there has the Dragon Killer that he could afford just then, they're going to be doing pretty much similar damage for a while.
Actually, last time, I don't know if it was last time, it was one of the last few times that I was in Diener's stream when he was prepping this. I found out he actually likes to, regardless of what he gets, when he gets to like the bottom floor of Undersea Cave, he likes to switch the light sword to lower, just to guarantee that the Saber Lions go down in 2 hits. Oh yeah, I mentioned this briefly earlier. So if Diener's going to use the inn here, looks like he's not going to. He's still got resources, so but if he were, he'd have to go into the barrier tiles and kill off one of his, probably Moonbrook, because of how little HP she has. Otherwise it triggers the the plot point of Karnak being sick with a curse.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting, Star. Flying Cloth. Diener's also going to do a little trip here through the portal, because they hid another seed here in this shrine in the corner, an agility seed. Right there. Be giving that to Moonbrook.
So like it's another easy 1000 XP.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit luckier on the fights. At least he's not wiping totally to them. He's still having some dead characters, but as long as Middenhall survives, that's the important thing.
Mm-hmm.
So now he's making his way over to the castle. that he's kind of a little bit higher level, makes it a little easier to get over here. Plus, he's going to be activating the Falcon Sword of. Well, it's not the Sword of Destruction yet. I don't think he got that drop yet, but the
Falcon Thunder
glitch.
Sword.
Yeah, Falcon Thunder Sword glitch.
So basically, yeah. Well, he can't do it. He hasn't gotten the. Oh wait, no, he can do it with Rubus's Charm. Rubus's Charm. Never mind.
Yeah, he doesn't need it.
He's basically gonna equip. You equip the Falcon Sword outside.
Yep.
And then you walk in, and then you equip the Thunder Sword or the Sword of Destruction, and then when you walk out, the game resets everything because you were in the illusion, but it doesn't actually check your attack power or check that you swapped your sword, so you're going to be swinging for twice because of the Falcon Blade, but it's going to be at the higher attack power of the other weapon.
Yep, correct. So, yeah, so the only time the game checks for calculating your attack power is when you equip a weapon or you level up. Otherwise, or I believe, those are the only two places. Even if you like save and reload the game, it doesn't check. It only does it at level up and when you equip. So when everything is reset after you exit the illusionary castle, from everything you do in there, like gets reset. If you like heal, if you use the inn, if you move items around, it resets everything back to where it was when you entered the castle. But it does not reset your attack or defense power. So because of that, we can go enter with the Falcon Sword equipped, get the power of the other sword inside the castle, and it won't recalculate it anymore. But the catch is we can use that to grind, but as soon as we level up, it's gone. We have to reactivate it. So that's kind of why it's not worth it to go over here too early, because you end up leveling up so quickly that it's just like, oh, I got to go back and do it again anyway. So it's kind of a interesting spot. It's like, okay, what spot is actually we need so much more XP that it's like worth it, plus it's more survivable to even make it over to the castle. So it's kind of a weird balance you have to figure out there. This is kind of generally the spot, usually level 17-ish is when most people try this to get over to the castle and activate the glitch. Because with the glitch active, you're attacking twice with Minhal, and it makes all these fights so much easier, and it goes so much faster. It's definitely worth it. That's pretty good timing there. He's just got a level here right before he gets to the castle. So hopefully he'll be able to get the glitch here set up, and he'll be able to do all of level 18 with it active. Okay, so you can watch here. He's going to equip the Falcon Sword with the lower attack power, enter the castle, equip the Thunder Sword, gives him the higher attack power. Now he exits. So the game put the Falcon Sword back in his equipment slot. So if you look in his equipment, it says the Falcon Sword's equipped, but it did not recalculate his attack power. So you can watch here what happens. Two attacks at the high attack power. So just like other attacks, the Falcon Sword doesn't switch groups. So if you attack an enemy and it kills them and it's the last of the group, it won't switch to the other group. But as long as it's within the same group, you will still attack twice. So Anatoly was actually going to try to grind here below the castle in the hopes that if he actually gets to the next level, he can just jump right back in the castle really quick, activate the glitch, and then keep grinding. He has a lot of resources, so really the biggest risk here is if he gets hit with defeat. And he'll have to go back to the shrine or somebody dies. So. Even if one of the other two dies, he might, and he's like close on the level, he might decide to stay and try to activate the glitch again. Just so it's really nice to have the glitch active and then just kind of slowly walk your way back to the castle as you grind. So then by the time you get to the castle, you're pretty close on the level and you can just reactivate the glitch really quickly.
Plus, he's still going to be taking all those yummy giants, hoping for a sort of destruction.
Yep. He's definitely killed more than 8, I believe. So
yeah,
below average here. So cold baboons are fairly dangerous. You can try to fight them, but you're also kind of playing with fire there in that if you get them into that sacrifice range where they can cast that spell, it'll just completely wipe you instantly.
two giants. Bye, Lars.
Lars is down. Alright, you got him. Let's see if he gets the drop. Nope.
Nope.
No drop. He's going to check how... He's probably pretty close here on leveling up with Mindenhall, so he's probably going to attempt to keep grinding here.
Diener is done with the moon tower and he's heading towards, he's gonna stop off at Leonport, use the inn, and then go to the Great Lighthouse.
Nice. And there's the perfect level up here. He just got his level. So now he can go back in the castle, activate the glitch again, and then go back right to the shrine. Or he'll have to death warp to the shrine because he doesn't have return, but now he'll have another full level of the glitch active, which is perfect.
Ooh, all you need is one.
Yep. It's the only HP that matters. It's the last one.
We just need Varia to go first. Oh no!
Oh, nope. She's got 4 MP left.
Yep. That's okay though. Like you said, Death Warp here is no problem.
Yep. Cold as a cod.
Utterly destroyed.
Yep. Is that Zenmetsu? Alright, looks like Diener's doing a little shopping here in Leonport. I actually don't remember the Japanese name of this town.
I thought it was still Leonport, but
Is
I
it?
could be wrong.
Maybe. So he's actually buying that Wizard's Wand that we said it was useless in the NES game. He bought it for Moonbrook here because it has more spell power in the remake here. And it's also nice because Moonbrook in this version can consistently go first most of the time in a lot of fights. And a lot of times you just want to say you have like one enemy that has just, like 15 to 20 HP left, and one shot with the Wizard's Wand can take it out. and it works out quite a few times.
Or even like just knowing supplemental damage between, maybe Sama or Lore can't quite one-shot something, but just that added oomph of a fireball.
Yep.
Drafty, he's clearly cheating. That's what's going on. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Team Zone is cheating here. Playing on a ROM hack, the game. Yeah, sometimes you get lucky and you actually survive battles. So it looks like he's going to take
the charm.
Yeah, he's going to take this opportunity to go back and get the charm. Get a leaf if he needed it as well. It's a good time for this, but I think he still has the leaf. The reason you wait to do this is so you have the higher level, and that higher level on Middenhall can be used to repel pretty much all the ocean encounters, even the higher zone ones. You just have to do this at some point before you attempt the castle, so makes sense to wait.
Mm-hmm.
You're making his way through the lighthouse, so the very long lighthouse. He's going to be in here for quite a while.
It feels longer in the remake. Oh, and definitely the first floor is, right? But...
Oh yeah, it's definitely... Yeah, see, he had to walk all the way around the bottom, around the top, and then just walks around it again. Feels like he moves slower in the remake, too. I don't know, maybe it's just because you got a bigger screen or something.
Something to do with the half tiles.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome Raiders. We're doing a Chunsoft relay here. We are on the last leg, which is Dragon Quest 2. We started with Dragon Quest 5 about 22 hours ago almost.
Yep.
Yesterday. I went through the night. Went through 3, 4, 2. We're finishing this up, and then after this finishes up, we will have one more race, which is a kind of a community Dragon Quest 1 race, which basically people, like I think Kawis kind of said there's like 10 people who signed up to race it. Just kind of everybody join in. We'll just throw people, it's random streams up. We'll commentate them a bit. Just gonna have fun race. I think we're gonna have people doing different categories as well this time, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, I think we got some dragon loops and some harp hunting going on simultaneously.
Yeah.
And I set myself up so that I can at least turn my stream on and everything when we see Atlas. So.
Yeah, for dinner at least. It's gonna be a little while.
Yeah. I mean, depending on who Atlas decides to attack, it could be a while for Anatoly too.
Yep.
You don't like to see ambush and blizzards.
As long as they just cast defense, you're fine. So this is definitely one of those fights that is safer just because you can kill them way faster. Because usually one hit of... Oh, they dodged. One hit of like a spell and then one swing of the sword will take one out. So you can usually take two out on the first turn. Another dodge.
How did he manage that? Resisted every defeat spell.
So one other thing that Diener's doing here on the left, he's actually going to be picking up the chests. And he has been actually in all the other dungeons. Most of the other dungeons, he's been picking up chests. I believe that was a HP seed. He's giving it to Moonbrook. Healing her up. So that was the last HP seed they gained there. You gave 3 of them to Cannock and 1 to Moonbrook.
A perfect example of what you were talking about earlier, that Moonbrook taking out that one skeleton by herself with the wizard wand.
Yep, it's a free spell cast. No MP spent. To see the single giant take him out in 2 swings of the sword.
No sort of destruction.
Bullongs are pretty dangerous, even by themselves. Since they haven't exploded. You can put them to sleep, but it's like a 40-ish% chance, I think, to put them to sleep and just explode it. But the one bonus is they can drop a wizard's ring, which is a 1 out of 16 chance.
Hopefully you'll never need it, but
it's nice to have, but yeah.
Yeah.
It can make the difference on, like, if you're lucky enough to, like, one-shot the final bosses. But even then, even if you do have it, you're not guaranteed of that happening. But in the original game, the only way you can get wizard's rings is from drops. I think there's a few enemies that drop it, but Bullong is the most common.
I think you can get one from the lottery too, right?
Can you? You might be right. It's been a long time since I've looked at the lottery prices.
Yeah.
I know you can get a wizard's wand and the gold card and an herb, and I don't know what the 4th prize is, so that might be it. Now it's Diener's turn to follow this not suspicious old man.
This old man that clearly wasn't the gremlin 20 seconds ago.
Nope. There it is. The
There
sword.
it is.
The sword of destruction. Alright, that's very nice. Definitely like to see that. So like I said earlier, it's cursed, but with the Falcon Sword glitch, it will basically remove the curse because it reverts back to your previous sword as soon as you exit the castle. And it has 13 more attack power than our current sword. We're going to be swinging it twice. So I believe Anatoly is like one fight away from leveling up again here on Middenhall, so that will erase the glitch. So he's trying to get back to the castle here. If he can finish this battle with him alive and get him to level up, that would be ideal. Another fun fact is Middenhall doesn't actually have to be alive for you to activate the glitch. So even if he dies on the way there, and he needs to level here though to activate it for the next level. But he definitely doesn't have to be alive to activate it.
It is.
Yep.
So something at the end there too that I forgot to mention with Diener in the lighthouse is there's a glitch that can happen depending on your previous fight, where it can make your gremlins appear in a group where you can't even target one of them.
Zoma 2 was cursed.
Yeah. And if that happens, you basically soft lock. I mean, I don't think you soft lock, you just have to lose the fight. It's bad news when it happens.
Yeah, that's a weird glitch. I've only seen it like happen like twice ever. Yeah, so now Anatoly has the higher attack power with the Falcon Sword, attacking for even more. Makes quick work of those giants because he can pretty reliably attack them each twice and kill them. One other thing, I believe that was another one of those classified information in Nintendo Power back in the day was around the Sword of Destruction. Was that I believe there is a blurb that says you can equip the sword, which curses you, but it obviously gives you that higher attack power. But if you go to uncurse it, it removes it from your equip. And your equipment, it's gone, but it doesn't recalculate your attack power. So you still get that extra attack power for your current level up, as long as you don't equip another weapon.
That makes sense. I can see that.
You don't get to attack twice, but it's a small improvement.
You just punch really, really hard.
Yeah. Anatoly is getting closer to that magic level of 21. Like I said earlier, he might attempt the castle at that. He might kind of split and do some more grinding to level 22. Every little bit of levels helps. Obviously, he has plenty of time for the other team to catch up.
One giant. Yeah, you can killing a giant from full with one.
There's another drop.
Double swing.
So he got another sword drop there. Since he already has one in his inventory, the game doesn't give you another. It basically credits you the gold that you would have gotten from selling it. It does that for quite a few items that it doesn't let you get multiples of. Meanwhile, I think Diener's heading over to the Undersea Cave.
Yep. Yep, he's heading to the happiest place on Earth.
Yep, still just as dangerous. Diener is actually going to try to... He's going to be forced to take more fights in there, which will drain his resources a bit faster. But it's going to be safer to take some of the fights than it is to try to run and fail.
Yeah, generally it's actually a really good idea before diving this to like, I'm kind of surprised he didn't, to load up on herbs on everybody. Just because even that little bit of healing can help stretch your magic resources out.
Yeah. It definitely helps, but probably not fully necessary on this version. I think it's more needed for the Game Boy Color version, just because you tend to have more encounters because of the way they
overcompensated
the encounter rate basically happens. So you end up with more encounters on Game Boy Color version.
Or Lore can just Keishin no Ichigeki and destroy everything. Yep. Here's 21.
There's 21. Yep.
I don't think he's going to go for it at 5 HP, though.
No, probably not. But he is going to... That added it up perfect, though. Look at that. He's right at the castle, 5 HP, reactivates the glitch. And now he can just Death Warp. And he'll have the glitch for level 22 as well. Yeah, he does have some herbs. He just used them. He has a stack on Canuck.
Oh, Laura's a sleepy boy. Wizard Wand coming up clutch again now.
Yep. It looks like Angelo is going to do level 22.
It also helps that he knows that he's got like 2 hours ahead, so...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he could probably do like level 25 if he wanted to.
Yeah.
But, I'm guessing he had this planned out from the start anyway. The other thing that Diener has to do is pick up it's like 2 chests in here he wants, I believe.
There's a
like
few,
magic armor and the ring, right?
Yeah, so he's going to the ring first here.
These saber lions are still really dangerous in this version too, but thankfully they don't focus fire, so they will random target each attack.
And surround works better.
Yes, it does. Surround works on them in both versions, but it's a probably 50% rate in this game versus the 25 in the old one. that's one thing that Diener's doing throughout his run, is there are 4 wizard rings that they place throughout the world that you can pick up in chests. He's gonna hang on to those to the very end game once he gets to Argon's castle at the very end. And that's when he's gonna be using them, just so he can stay in the castle as long as possible and keep grinding.
Oh yeah, there's another strength seed in here too that he's gonna grab, I think.
Alright. I assume you talked about encounter cancels at some point, or did we skip that?
We skipped that. So yeah, in Diener, in the Super Famicom version, the further you walk, the higher your threat level gets. It's not like a depletion thing like 6 or 3 uses, but it's similar. It's just the more you walk on an area, the more threat, and like depending on your tile, it could be going up faster or slower. But every time you change maps, basically, so step on stairs or go inside or outside of something, it resets your threat counter to a random thing. So generally, if you've taken a bunch of steps and you see stairs coming, if you can get to the steps, then it'll reset it, and you'll probably be able to walk longer without getting another encounter. And then sometimes too, if you see him like walk into like a half tile like there, when he's pressing up the whole time and the game forces him to walk around the corners. When the game forces him to go left or right while he's holding up, you will not run into an encounter on that. So if the game picked that half tile for you to get an encounter, it would skip that encounter. It doesn't reset your threat, but you just wouldn't get the encounter. You'll see a lot of us using that on the DQ1 race. Specifically for when we have Roto's armor and we're healing.
Yeah, that's right, Wexel. So the GBC version, that threat counter also accumulates in towns, and it doesn't clear it when you leave a town. So what happens is you'll a lot of times walk around in town a bunch, hit the max level threat counter, and then as soon as you leave town, boom, there's an enemy right there.
Yeah.
First step.
That's actually why sometimes when you're leaving Baran, if you have enough like resources and whatnot, you might just wing out, or you might like return out, because using the wing or return resets your threat count.
Yep.
We're gonna juggle some stuff around here. We're gonna give Sama the water flying clothes. We're gonna give Lore the magic armor, and then Nana's just gonna be wearing the cloak of evasion, because we want to make sure that Sama survives this fight so that he can cast outside.
Unfortunately, no. The grind in Super Famicom is going to be pretty close to the same length as NES. The level that Super Famicom needs by the end is level 25 on Kanok.
Yep.
On Sama. So it's actually much higher than the original game, but you get a lot more experience. So it goes a little bit faster to get there.
Yeah, and when So regardless of whatever happens, when Diener decides to go to, like, he'll be 24. It'll be Kenok 24 when he goes and starts the boss rush, because usually you're trying to time it so that Kenok hits 25, like, right after, like, during the Pazuzu fight, so that he has revive on the Zarlox or the Belial fight. And then, I mean, the boss rush is just a lot more stable for the Super Famicom version than the NES version, because Pazuzu is probably the most stable one out of both of them, but Atlas with the NES version, if he just chooses to, like we were talking about the focus fire, if he chooses the wrong character, then it's GG and you're gonna have to make the trek back. Whereas it can happen that way too in the Super Famicom, but you can probably mitigate it, and I mean, it's the run is designed to do the whole boss rush in one run, in one swoop, whereas it is in the NES too, but NES, there's a very good chance that you'll get sent back a couple times.
Yeah, and NES, you hope for it, but you do not expect it. It's like, I'd say maybe like 10%, if that, runs that make it past Atlas the first. If you make it past Atlas, you got maybe 10% of the runs will actually finish the game from there. Just because it drains your resources so much.
Yeah. And it's almost more common, actually, like in the NES, I would say, to be, say, like, you squeaked out the Atlas fight, and then you're like, okay, well, time to go reset, or not reset, but, you know, go back to the shrine and then come back.
Right.
So, yeah, the one thing you definitely do not want to do after you've started the boss rush is reset, because if you do a power cycle or a reset, all of the boss rush bosses respawn.
Yep. Definitely don't want to do that. So it looks like Diener's finally making his way to the Round Cave. Rondarkia, as it's called. Got a cool animation.
So there's going to be a big difference in how this cave is handled, whereas you saw Anatoly basically run away from everything in this cave. Diener's basically going to fight almost everything in this cave.
No Horks in the Hork pit.
No. Generally, I think he likes to. He might go. There's another piece of gear that he's going to pick up in here called the magic hat, or the happy hat. I don't think it's a hat of happiness, but
NES is called Mysterious Hat, so
okay.
I don't know. It's essentially kind of that same thing.
Yeah, he's going back to Baran first. It's different than the Dragon Warrior 4 one. Like, people like to get the one in Dragon Warrior 4, it restores MP as you walk, but in this version, it just reduces whoever's you got it equipped, it reduces their spell costing by half. So we'll put it on Nana to begin with, but then when we start the boss rush, we put it on to Sama.
Alright, so now on Antilu's side, we're making our final, or our first castle attempt, I guess. It could be the last, if we're lucky, but we don't expect it to happen. Oop, talk to the dog. The imaginary dog.
And he's doing some more shuffling too than before. He's shuffling some of his armor around too, so that he'll get the added defense of some armor with the added resistance of other armor.
Correct. So he gave the water flying clothes over to Mindenhall, and then he equipped Lars with the magic armor. So Lars is going to be pretty vulnerable to any kind of breath or spells now. So he's going to be more likely to die. However, he's not really quite necessary as long as we get past Atlas. So Atlas is the big wall. If we can get past Atlas and you could probably continue if just Vinhall survives Atlas and use the leaf on Moonbrook. Oop, that's 3 metal battles.
He's going for the memes. I appreciate it.
It's splitting the damage between them. He can do damage. He can kill one if it hits the same one.
Hope he got surrounded.
Oh. This round's not too bad in this game. They're all staying too. There's one.
There's one down.
We missed the first one. Okay. This is fun.
The commitment to the bit is impressive.
Well, oops. Oh.
Oh, no.
Well, he paid for that one.
Sure did.
Oh, boy. It was worth it. It was worth it.
Okay, so...
He killed one, but he didn't get the experience for it.
Right.
Does that count?
I think it definitely counts for the meme, I think. So
Yeah.
I don't think he has to do it again. Although he's so far ahead, he might as well, right?
Yeah. We're just having some fun here.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's also why he grinded in the north section only. Just having some fun. Because you wouldn't normally do that.
Right.
Dina's continuing to pick up the chests here in the cave, since they're a lot better in this version of the game.
I missed if he got the hat. I don't think he got the hat yet, because I think he generally likes to get the sword first.
Really? I would think you get the hat early just because it'll save you the MP.
He might have, and I just missed it. But I know he definitely likes going for the sword over the armor first, because he feels that the benefit that you get from the sword definitely outweighs the benefit you get from the armor.
Okay. I could see that.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because, yeah, it's how many more things you can reliably one-shot with lore at that point.
Yeah.
Or even like the Orc Kings, it's a lot easier to take them out with lore and Sama at that point.
Yeah, so see, Anatoly is just kind of continuing to grind on his way over the castle. Get level 23, it's another, I think it's 6 strength and a bit of HP as well, so just make it all safer in the end. Unfortunately, Atlas is still kind of the wall in that even if you get, until you get into like the 120, 130 HP, Atlas is still gonna like still 2-shot a Vinhall if he attacks him, so there are things you can do like set up increase and stuff with Canuck, but it's not worth it until you got a lot more levels.
Alright. 1 Thunder Sword acquired.
So see, Diener is also doing a thing where he actually just unequipped everything from Lower Asia there on purpose. So he did that so that the new Thunder Sword he got, when he re-equips everything again, will move to the top of his inventory. So now that it's at the top of his inventory, as soon as he goes to item, he can just turbo through item, sword, select the group, go. So he doesn't have to scroll through his inventory. So it's going to just make the battles here during this grind section go even that more quickly.
There's a few things you would do that for, like the Wizard's Wand for Nana, the Shield of Strength for Sama.
Yep. So something that the items move around in your inventory in the remakes. They don't do that in the original version. They kind of stay in the same slot, even though you equip them in the original. So you have to do a little more item manipulation, trading around stuff, if you want to move the items up to the top.
That was a rough turn order there.
All right, so we're going to see our first Atlas attempt. The rest of these floors have no random encounters on them, so we're just going to go walking up to the boss. So like I said earlier, Atlas focus fires, so it will attack twice, and whoever he selects is going to keep attacking until they die. We don't want him to attack Binhall. Okay, attack Lars. It's fine. So he parried with the other two so they don't die. So we're going to keep attacking with Binhall, and we're going to parry with Lars, and then use Moonbrook to heal Lars. And hopefully the turn order works out that everybody stays alive. Doesn't usually happen. Usually he'll get somebody.
That was
nice.
a clean Atlas.
Nice. The other thing about these boss fights is they can spawn between their max health and 75% of their max health. Which, actually, if they spawn low, you can 3-turn them like that, which is quite nice. Alright. Next, we got Pazuzu. So Pazuzu is the easiest of the group. He's vulnerable to sleep. And has a bunch of spells. He can cast Defeat. And I believe Sacrifice as well, but usually you won't see those because he's
got heal all too.
Yep. You don't usually see that either, but he's pretty susceptible to sleep. There you go. Finally, went to sleep. And he has a little bit lower defense than the other enemies, so he usually goes down in 3 sets of attacks.
Like Diener's just gonna take some more encounters before casting outside.
Alright, so next is Zarlox. So Zarlox usually isn't too bad. He has spells, breath. Exploded is the strongest spell. We're going to actually use the light sword on him. It has a 100% chance to work. It was going to cast around on him. He can do a attack as well, which is a double hit, just like Atlas. It's not likely that he uses the double attack, but just getting surround on him makes it less likely that he lands both hits and kills somebody with it. So he
narrowly survives 2 green dragons.
Wow, yeah. Oh, there's the attack. Miss. Oh, that's unfortunate. So probably unwinnable here. I don't remember if he's vulnerable to spells or not. He might be, but he knows heal all, so it's pretty unlikely at this point to do enough damage to kill him. Unfortunate, but it happens.
Increase.
Sometimes you can win it if you've done like a lot of damage to him and like kind of finish him off if you get lucky with a spell hit, but doesn't usually happen. So, gotta make the walk back. Thankfully, the first 2 bosses stay dead, as long as you don't reset the game like you mentioned earlier.
So Diener is getting some gold. And he's gonna buy himself his first Sword of Shield of Strength. If things go well, that'll be the only one that he gets. Once again, just like before, like we talked about before, I unequipped everything but the shield and then re-equipped everything so it'll be at the top of his inventory list.
Yep, looks like Anatoly had a really nice walk back to the castle. Already back. So he had been taking some battles, so I don't know how close he is on XP. Because if, say, he fights Starlocks and he levels up on Biddenhall, he's actually going to lose the glitch. So he's going to have to like jump out of the castle, reactivate the glitch, and then walk back up if that does happen. But I'm sure he looked at the numbers and it's probably fine.
He jumps out of the castle, maybe he can show off that glitch where you can actually talk to...
oh yeah, did he keep the Cloak of Wind this time? I didn't know.
Oh, I don't think he did. Maybe he did, I don't know.
So this is definitely what you don't want to see going back up here, is these groups you can get dragons and stuff on this floor.
By Lars.
And because Lars is not wearing his water flying clothes, he is very vulnerable. The upside is, though, we don't actually need Lars. So as long as...
Nope.
He's still got the leaf, so he can choose to just death warp at this point. Yeah, he is. Or use it. So, it happens in this game more often than I like to admit. You get all the way to the castle, you're like, oh, that was a great walk to the castle. Get on the first floor, first encounter, you get wiped.
If there's ever like been a motto for Dragon Quest speedrunning, it's sometimes the game says no.
Yeah, a lot of times the game says no. Especially with this one.
Yeah.
Sometimes it says no for an hour straight.
Right.
But he got past Atlas though, so that's usually where this game says no for a long time. You get to Atlas, attacks Biddenhall. Get to Atlas, attacks Biddenhall. Get to Atlas, attacks Canuck, kills him first turn, switches to Biddenhall, kills Biddenhall. That's the kind of thing that usually happens, and you're there for like an hour. So he got past the major hurdle. Eventually, we'll get through these other ones. Just a matter of time. Yeah, like I said, we're really close to Anatoly finishing the relay for Team Zoma. Oop. I should have said anything.
It might not be an hour-long run. We're still at the point where Dieter can see some Hagus.
Yep. Has he even seen any yet? I haven't not noticed.
Just the one outside Tepa so far.
Okay, yeah. Cold as a cod.
That's the perfect analogy right there, Cowie. That was the perfect statement.
Yeah. Yeah, Dragon War 2 Endgame is definitely not for the faint of heart.
Yeah. The devs in their infinite wisdom gave the last 3 bosses heal all.
Yeah.
The only saving grace is that they don't have like 1,000 hit points and heal all.
Yeah, it's basically you're trying to get your sword of destruction here. And you're banging it against this brick wall. Eventually you might crack it enough that it falls.
There's a Hagu.
Oop, there's one. It's one hit. Stay.
2. 3.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh. That must have been a preemptive attack, huh?
Yeah. Just need to not outspeed it.
Yeah, you see here in the remake.
He's already in the Go levels for NES DW2. That was 21 technically for Middenhall.
Yeah. You see Diener got the same type of Babel fight we saw earlier on NES, but there's only 1 Babel and 4 healers, was it?
Yeah.
Instead of like 1 Babel and 7 healers.
Right. Uh-oh. Oh. Scary hit points.
And that's just the thing about Dragon War 2. It's just like it'll just happen really quickly. We'll be like, oh, he's done, or we'll be sitting here for another hour. You just don't know when.
It reminds me of when when Air was doing those Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, like One Piece Triforce Hunt, whatever. If you random chest, be like, oh, it's over.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, okay, I guess it's done. Oh, here's that fight again. Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
You see how much more damage Lars has taken here. He might survive. Okay.
Alright.
Thankfully, one did a physical attack. Otherwise, Lars would have died.
Did a physical attack and wasn't on Lars.
Yeah, and it wasn't on Lars.
Alright, we're seeing white ground for the first time on Diener's screen.
Yep. Same deal, he just has to make it to the shrine. He's actually going to be trying to fight these battles here on the way.
Ugh, both attacks through surround. That's not good.
Yeah, he should be fine.
Still rough. I was like, did surround even land?
Alright, so back to Zarlox, take 2. I said earlier, Zarlox is usually one of the easier ones. But got last time. Same deal, light sword, hopefully it makes a difference this time. Cast some defense on him, reduces defense a bit.
Flames is fine.
Flames is
Defense
good.
is good.
Okay, as long as it doesn't heal here. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Gotta leave.
We can still make it through.
Oh, Lars. Good job, Lars. That was a good parry.
Okay, there we go.
Right. So whereas we don't necessarily need Canuck Lars here for these last bosses, we do need Moonbrook. It is possible to get through it with Canuck only. I have seen that. I think once ever. It's quite unlikely though. All right, who's this guy? Is he wearing a bib?
He looks like a Murloc from World of Warcraft.
I don't know who he is.
Must
Alright,
be a
this is the
DLC
most
boss.
yeah trolliest fight of the game here, because you cast heal all, and he likes to cast heal all. He has like a 75%, more than 75, 80% chance to cast heal all when he's in range to cast it, which is below half HP. So you basically have to kind of just keep attacking and wait him out until he either you get a good turn order, or he decides to not cast heal all. Usually you can finish him in 3, or you just crit. There you go.
Okay, then. Meanwhile, Diener did make it to the Roan Shrine on the first try. So.
Nice. All right, last fight. We have Malroth. So we're doing a little bit of inventory moving around here to set up for this fight. Moving the light sword over to Vinhall. We're giving also Vinhall the Shield of Strength from Canuck. And basically we're going to be expending Canuck. He's just going to be healing and hopefully get good turn order. But we need to get, number one, Malroth's defense down. And then we need to start connecting with attacks.
We'll also try to surround him with the light sword.
Yep, turn 1 we're going to do defense, surround. We're using increase this time, that's interesting.
Alright, heal all, that's fine.
He
Nice.
used heal all, which is fine. It's just kind of a waste of turn. Give us more chances on defense. We have not landed defense yet. Still not yet. So we're not doing that much damage. We definitely want to land 1 or 2 defenses just to be able to get enough.
There's one.
Okay, good. See how much damage his breath does. And let's see, Lars is down. It's fine. Now we're just going to be keeping everybody healed with Moonbrook and attacking. And if we get a chance to cast another defense, we'll try it, because we ideally would like another one. We're still kind of doing low damage here.
Yeah, we're just hoping that he doesn't cast heal all, basically. Oh,
wait.
there you go.
Nice. He didn't. Wow. That is it.
Get your GGs out.
Yeah. Ready? We got to make our final trip home, as you normally do in Dragon Quest games.
Yep. Can't get lost at sea.
You make a detour. Go visit the Dragon Lord.
Oh yeah,
So
he's got time.
Yeah. If you visit the Dragon Lord, he has special dialogue that he says if you visit him after you've defeated Malroth. But we don't have time for that.
We've got a relay to win. Turns out Zoma was just too powerful.
Alright. So we're gonna take the throne, but thou must.
played the SFC fan translation?
Yes.
If you talk to Moonbrook, like before you go to talk to the king at the end there, I don't know what she says. I don't know what she says in Japanese either, but I remember watching somebody play Super Famicom, and she says something like, "Boy, like you're looking really handsome" or something like that. And I was like, "It's a really weird thing to say to your cousin."
GG. Oh, like I said, it can be really quick, or it can last an hour, and that time it was fairly quick.
Yeah, who would have guessed a first try Atlas and a first try Malroth?
Yeah, first time we got there. Yep. Looks like Anatolu's time, looking at a stream here, was about a 4:46, which is a solid time. Anything under 5 hours for Dragon Warrior 2. Kind of a marathon type setting you'll take every time. So solid time. Get one of the best credits music.
Yeah. So, meanwhile, Diener's starting his final grind. I mean, some might call it like the second to last grind, but he's trying to get to 18 on Sama here at the end of the Roan Cave because that'll give him Firebane, and then with Firebane he'll be able to do a lot of AoE damage, specifically to like really good like 4 dragon encounters in Hargon's castle.
Yep, so we'll wait till the end of the credits here to take time. I think we're waiting for the end, waiting for all the games. Yeah, Malroth was quite nice. The one heal all right at the beginning of the fight, which doesn't really matter too much.
We got 2. It was the first 2.
Was it the first 2 turns? Okay.
Yeah.
We had a little hiccup there in our part of the stream that we're watching, so didn't catch everything. The end. So 22:35 looked like 21. GG to Team Zoma.
Yeah. Coming in right around the original estimate. That's really good.
Yeah. Yeah, so Anatolu actually was the one that kind of helped put together, him and Crimson, I believe, put together the relay. And he was fretting over, all right, who's on what team? We got to try to figure out what versions are going to be faster and who's has faster PVs and what are the average times you get. And came up with the teams we got today. Unfortunately, we got a little unlucky there on Team Cedo, but Crimson with his by-kill learning, but not unexpected.
Yeah.
We got Diener here still going. So Diener's probably got a little under, like maybe an hour 20-ish left. Maybe a little less depending on how well the grind goes. So he definitely made up he's been making up time.
Yeah, he's had a really good run so far.
He started out like more than 2 hours behind.
Mm-hmm. It's so mesmerizing to watch the top runners of like DQ2 SFC, like Diener or like Pop or whatever, run it, because like seeing how fast their reaction time is in terms of like, here's your next encounter, to like they're already making decisions of how they're handling the formations and whatnot.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those. It's like a knowledge game, right? It's not just about getting lucky. It's partly getting lucky, but you also have to know a lot about the game, and you know exactly what you're doing to be able to really go fast.
Yeah, generally any unplanned death warp, you could probably analyze that fight and say, what could I have done differently? And there's probably an answer that would have gotten you out of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, like what PM is kind of saying, yeah, it you can't just know every monster. You have to know every formation of monster, because it's going to be different if you have, you know, berserkers with green dragons versus mage vampiri or whatever. Like, you have to know what the biggest threat is and how to neutralize each threat.
Yeah, and even like a single level, unlike Moonbrook, right, can make a huge difference on her agility rolls versus specific enemies. So
Yeah.
there's a lot to know there. So if you didn't notice, this is the kind of the exit to the Roan cave before it goes outside here. So that's where Teener's grinding. So he wants to get up to, was it level 18, I believe, on Cannock?
Yeah, once Sama hits 18, then he'll learn Firebane,
Yep.
Peggy Rama. And then I did see Nana died on this grind once, so he used his leaf, so I'm assuming this is probably 18 here. Yeah. So I'm assuming at this point he would probably, yeah, he might use up his resources, but then he'll go to pick up the Rubish Charm. And and then pick up another leaf before heading to the castle.
There you go. Nice picture.
Yeah. Oh, Zoma's Fausting so hard right now. Mage Vampiri are so interesting because by themselves they're not too scary, but when combined with an attack bot or like berserkers, they're really scary with their defense spell, and they're really quick too.
Yeah, definitely one of those, I guess, yeah, it's like a support enemy, right?
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
One thing nice about them, though, is they can drop a second mysterious hat.
Yeah, yep.
It's 1 out of 128 chance, I believe.
The real nice part about having Baggy Rama with Conan too is it's not AoE like Bagi is. It's AoE. It's every enemy. It's not just a group of enemies. It's the entire field.
Oh, nice 2 levels.
Yeah. Looks like Moonbrook learned heal all look like Bahoma.
Yeah, I guess this is usually the levels you look for, right? 20, 18, 15. Once you get the heal all.
Definitely makes sense. I think I've always just waited. I was always like, I just go when Conan's 18.
Yeah, I'm guessing it usually always happens around the same time unless you have some kind of extreme deaths
Yeah.
during the run. Ring-a-ling-a-ling. It always gets me. That sounds like a telephone. So Dina's going back here, do grab his Rubus charm. Makes sense to do it now because his next goal is going to be get to the castle and stay there and finish the game from there. We still have a lot of grinding to do, but if things go well, he'll never have to leave the castle, so he's going to plan for that. He's going to sell some drops he got and see if he can afford another Shield of Strength.
He's going to deposit the 13 grand, I think.
I was just going to deposit it. Okay, yeah.
Right.
Can't afford it. You need like 21,000 gold. It's a lot.
Yeah.
If he ever does have to come back here, it'll be in the bank. You can probably purchase it then.
Yeah, he would. I forget how much a Sword of Destruction sells for, but if one drops off of a green dragon, I'm pretty sure he'd be able to afford another one if he ever got sent back then.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Got your classic block. It's actually worse in this game because
Right.
the NPCs can do half tiles as well. So
Yeah, and just take up the entire.
it's exactly in the middle. They're just standing there. So he'll probably. I don't know if he uses his leaf already. He probably did, but
He
pick up
did,
a leaf
yeah.
as well. Cast repel.
Yeah, so he'll be able to let's grab his leaf and basically go straight north to Rubus's shrine. With some gases are gonna harass him first.
There's a lot of ocean in this game.
Oh yeah.
Kind of hurts the game casually, I think, because it's easy to get lost. Like, where the heck am I? But I think speedrunning this game is like, it makes the game a lot more fun. I think in general, just because like it's more of like a knowledge game. The more you know about it, the more fun it is. And then you kind of know, okay, I need to sell from here, this landmark, straight up from here, or like count the ship bobs, like you said earlier. And then, okay, 12 bobs. Okay, I turn here. Get your way around the map.
And the only time that gets rough is like when you're doing the counting the ship bobs, and then you get a counter. Like,
Yeah.
how
Where
many was
I?
that?
And one other thing with the Rubus charm here, just like when you get other items, if your inventory is full, you don't get it. You got the jingle, so we did get it. But I've seen people in both games not get the Rubus charm, leave, and then get to the castle and be like, "Where's my Rubus charm?" It can happen. So this is where the white ground loop gets its name.
Just in time for breakfast. Healthy bowl of white ground loops.
I forget what flavor did we land on? Since the dragon leaps are spicy.
Cinnamon?
Frosted white ground loops.
Frosted makes sense, yeah.
So it could be a fair bit worse in this game. Well, actually, both games are pretty bad, but I think in general you get less encounters on the way to the castle in this game. But you also have your run rate first try is 50%, whereas the original it's always 66%, 2 out of 3. So it's kind of like makes this a little worse in this game. You either have to try to fight the enemies like this, or you have to just kind of run and hope.
Especially early on, too, like when you're trying to make it there the first time.
Yeah. It's a little easier as you get higher level, but yeah, this is the first time you try to get there. You're low level. You can barely fight some of these fights. These lower sections where you get the Cyclops and the attack bots are safer. But you only get a small section here at the bottom where you get these encounters.
Yeah.
Yeah, not this one. Okay.
That's fine.
All right, we made it. So, like I said earlier, if things go well, we will not have to make that walk again. So, Diener has a leaf.
He's got 4 prayer rings.
Four, prayer rings, wizard rings, and that is what we're going to be using. If he does end up breaking the rings, he might then have to head back to the shrine to get the refill. Just because he doesn't want to, because if you break all your rings for the end game, it's fairly possible you can be there and not finish the game forever. So you want to at least save one ring for the very end, where you have a save with the one ring that you have left, so you can still attempt the final boss.
I think the SFC is different, right? Like, I think if you kill one of the bosses and then you reset, it doesn't respawn them.
Correct, but you still have to go through the last 2 bosses, right? So.
Right. Yeah.
And even Shido fighting him, it's going to be you're going to be using your ring on that fight, even if you have full MP going into it. Usually, you can get away sometimes if you're lucky, but you usually want to have a ring. There are encounters on this floor, right? Okay.
This is the best encounter, pretty much, right now.
Whereas you don't want to see this ever on NES, it's actually really good on this version of the game. It can be a little dangerous if they don't go to sleep, but they actually made dragons susceptible to sleep in this version, where they cannot be put to sleep in the original. So makes this much more manageable, and you get a lot of experience.
Almost 2,000, and if you saw before he made his way to the castle, like, Sama only needed like 5,000 to get to the next level, so it's definitely the best. Them and Flamers are like the 2 best ones. Even better when Sama hits level 23 and learns Defeat, or Zaraki.
Yep. It'll be crinkle time.
Yep. I was just about to make that reference.
can also see Firebane does a lot more damage in this version as well. Usually 50 to 60 damage against these dragons. You also see the Thunder Sword there with the lightning bolts coming down. It's really nice to use Thunder Sword plus Firebane plus Infernos, and then on a group of dragons like that, and it'll usually wipe them. But to start with here, I think he'll be using Sleep on the dragons just because it's safer at these lower levels. But eventually he'll be able to outspeed. Oh,
That's no good.
Yeah,
that's a
wipe.
Yeah.
So
And that's
that
a
can happen.
perfect example to show you what DQ2 can do. Like, if you make one misplay, it's instant. You're death warping.
Yeah, I don't think that was even a misplay. It's just
No, I don't think that one was. No, it was
unlucky.
just bad RNG. Yeah.
Yeah. So we got booted from the castle, so we'll have to make the walk back here.
Here's a silver lining. While he did get kicked out of the castle, he didn't use his leaf. So.
Yep.
There's also a lot of when you get to like wanting to get a top time on this game, there's a lot of optimization you can do in terms of like, you'll definitely, like, during this grind, you want Nana to cast any spell she's going to cast. You want her to do it in battle, because I think she only gets half. Is it half magic outside of battle too, or is it only in battle?
No, it's only in battle. It's not half though. It's like a weird. It's like a rounded 1/4 or something like that.
Okay.
Or 1/3. It rounds in your favor, but
Ooh.
yeah.
Conan gets a defeat to the face. But yeah, you'll want her to do stuff in battle, and then, like, using rings, you want that in battle, because anytime you can avoid opening your menu outside of the battle, that's just more time you're saving. He dropped something.
Yeah, they drop magic armor, I think. No, that's wizard wands from those guys. Yeah, because we saw it in Anatoly got one earlier.
Yeah.
Not worth a whole lot. It's like maybe 1,200 or something, or 1,000.
I think it's like, yeah, if it's half, it's 1,200, because I think they're 2,500 when you buy them. That's
The
an
All-Stars.
encounter. That was well played, because then he came out of it with, topped off after getting hit with an exploded.
Yep. So Dinier's forcing an encounter right here because it's the lower enemy encounter zone. So that'll make it so he can travel further into the more difficult enemy zone.
Wizards have a little bit bigger of a toolkit in this version. Instead of just defense and defeat, they can also attack and cast increase. Just kind of nice because that just means it's 2 more options that aren't defeat.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, Dragon Quest II, Famicom, and Dragon Warrior 2 NES are kind of notorious for them not actually being able to fully test the end game before they released it. 'Cause they developed the game in it was less than a year, right? It was like 8 months or something, 9 months.
That sounds right, yeah.
So they tested some of the start of the game, like up to the ship or something, and then you can find these interviews that Yuji Horii did. I think there's a website called Shmupulations or something that has some of those interviews. They talked about it, but they only really had time to fully play test like up to the ship, which kind of feels right.
Yeah.
In this game in the original, because once you get the ship, everything kind of just goes, woo! Here's difficult areas. Here's some difficult enemies. Maybe a little too difficult enemies. And then the whole end game here is just like enemies that are immune to everything. It's they made some pretty good adjustments for the remake.
Yeah.
Though why they gave these guys poison breath instead of sleep breath, I don't know. It's just annoying. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah. It's annoying as a speedrunner because it's like I'm not going to sit here and just keep taking ticks of damage.
Yeah.
I think it's still gross that they gave any enemy sacrifice.
Yeah, that's why he's trying to make sure these guys are put to sleep before he kills them.
Yeah. Well, he stop spelled them all too, so. But...
Okay, yeah, stop spell works as well.
Ooh. Yep.
This is a nasty encounter. This is the one he died to, right?
I think so. Okay, well, at least that time Conan survived. Alright, we're fine. We should be fine now. Is that poison?
Yeah.
Must be. Oh, they're sleep. Oh no, that's poison though. My eyes are bugging out. Toku.
Get Moonbrook to actually cast Antidote. It's actually useful, I guess.
Anything with these metal hunters is scary. Especially at these levels. They have enough damage to be able to... They can attack twice, so they can two-shot Sama, so you basically have to defend with him. And Lord can't, and especially when they're with other enemies, Lord can't kill one by himself at this level. In a couple levels, he might be able to kill one if not Rukinon's him first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see how much more vulnerable these enemies are to sleep in this game. You're using it through the whole game, pretty much. It's so good.
And I think the dragons are 60% susceptible, and the flamers are 85%.
Yeah.
Okay, good turn order.
Yeah, the attack bots are probably one of the most dangerous enemies in here. Killer machines.
Mm-hmm. There we go. That's some good old-fashioned dragons.
Yep. Firebane. Infernos. Thunder Sword. Perfect.
23? Nope, 17.
Keep getting this encounter.
I forget what. I think it's gotta be. I think it's Sukaruto increase that Sama gets at level 20, which we don't usually use until the boss rush, but there are certain times during this grind where it can actually be pretty helpful.
As long as he's not in danger of dying on that turn.
Yeah, you're basically banking on him outturning whatever's gonna threaten him.
Right. Yeah, I guess it's worth mentioning. We got one more thing up after this, and that's going to be the big community race of Dragon Quest 1. So I think we had around 10 or so people sign up for it. We'll see how many people show up, but we'll probably have quite a few people.
Yeah.
It's about a 2-hour run, pretty quick. But it's a fun thing we used to do in the earlier ones. At the end, just have a big race.
We'll see different routes. We'll see dragon loops versus harp hunting. Dragon Quest 1 is a really, I've been grinding it obviously for the past 2 to 3 weeks. It's a fun run.
Yeah, I like it the most in a race setting. Just 'cause
Yeah.
it's one of those games when you're nice and short, 2 hours, usually under 2 hours, and you're going against other people. You can have a bunch of different outcomes.
Yeah, there's enough RNG in it where PB hunting can be a headache. But when you're racing somebody else and you can, at least you can laugh in misery together at bad RNG. Or good RNG.
You died 5 times on the Golden Walk?
That must have been error Ruda. Even 3 dragons is good experience. It's still almost 1,500.
I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in a bit.
We're just a couple levels away from Sama reaching level 23, which is when he'll learn Zaraki or Defeat. And both of the green dragons and the flamers are very susceptible to that spell, so he'll be able to start clearing out groups of the enemies much faster than we are right now. Like, broke a ring. The prayer rings have a 1 in 10 chance of breaking after you use them. So far, this has been a pretty good grind. He's only been sent back once, and that was pretty early on, so... Ouch. One stayed awake. Get some hot breath. Ooh. Looks like he broke another one. So he's down to 2, one on each one on each cousin. Oh. This is there, Bylor. Oh, made it out. He is. Doesn't want to burn a leaf. And it's not a bad idea to have a save with 2 rings. Yeah, yeah. Prayer rings are definitely not durable today. That's unfortunate.
Oop, did I miss some bad stuff?
Oh yeah, he's already broken 2 prayer rings.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, it was basically like almost one after the other. And then Lore died, so he ended up returning back to the shrine. Now he's walking back to the castle. But he still has, I think he still has his leaf.
Yep, it's good to
Hey,
have,
Shinochigeki.
especially for the last fight. Yep, it's good. Also good that you get to higher levels, you can more reliably fight these encounters.
Yeah. Yeah, Sama's quickly approaching Zaraki. Nana's approaching Explodet. "22." Return, try again.
Just that quick.
Oh, I'm trying to run from that one. That's not a great encounter.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're 13,000 away from Crinkle time. Be right back in just a second.
Okay. It's amazing how much easier this fight with the gold bat boons are in this version. Just the simple changes they made to replace the sleep breath with poison breath, and then also make them vulnerable to sleep. This guy's still just about as dangerous in both versions, I think. Since you end up being a little higher level, you can do a little more damage. In this version, it kind of makes these guys a little bit easier. But you're hoping for a prayer ring drop as well. Nope. So Dinger could definitely use a prayer ring drop after breaking 2 of them. still the encounters that you definitely don't want to fight out here. It's just too dangerous. Once you lose one party member, you're just gonna have to head back to the shrine anyway. So just take your chance at a 50% run chance. The All-Stars keep showing up here. Ooh. Okay. That's unfortunate. Right in front of the castle. So again, we're looking for getting eventually level 25 on Cannock here in the middle, which will learn him Revive spell. It's actually going to be like 24 plus some experience because we'll start attempting the final bosses, and they'll give us the experience we need to get Revive when we do need it. It's pretty necessary to get through Shido.
Yeah, especially Shido would be gonna give because we only have one set of water flying clothes in this, so we're gonna give that to Sama, and that's gonna leave Moonbrook very vulnerable to scorching flames. She'll have like 100 and she'll be between 100 and 120 ish, and she'll be taking 100 damage per flaming breath.
It's kind of the opposite from the NES version.
Yeah,
we remove it from him, we give it to him in this one. Revive is a good spell.
and you definitely, and it's really nice to have the leaf on like lower then, because then if something happens where Sama goes down, then you have one last reset to like bring Sama back, and then Lower and Nana can go down as many times as they need to, and hopefully Sama will be able to bring them back.
Yep, and you definitely kind of expect to see that happen in the last battle.
Yeah. Even Zarlax is a little bit, can be a little bit rough in this version.
Trolling. Yeah.
Yeah. He's got, was it like a 1 in 3 to cast Heal All when he's below 50%, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty high. I've seen a couple times during that fight, seen him run out of MP before.
Because if it's not that, it's exploded.
Yeah, just eventually all the healing and explode it, and you just kind of, all right, tank it through it, keep doing damage, and eventually you'll just run out of MP.
Yeah, generally, I know my strategy when I fight him is try to gauge when you're at the 50% mark, and then just go unbridled, try to basically attack with Lore, Firebane with Sama, and explode it with Nana. And hopefully they all go through, and if they do all go through, there's a good chance he goes down if he didn't heal in the middle of it.
Yeah. the worst fight in here.
It really is. Yeah, there you saw him take like an extra turn just while the flamer was asleep, just so that he could heal up there without having to like reopen his menu after the fight.
Yep, and use his shield.
Yeah, get the free heal for Sama. Yeah.
Hey, look, it's this fight again.
Out of all the encounters in this castle, this is one of them.
Mhm. Oh, it's time.
Nice. So, we like to affectionately call this crinkle time. Every time Sama casts Araki, hopefully things are crinkling and insta-dying. Kaisha no Chigeki.
I'm guessing Dina's going to be a little more careful with his MP because he could have used it on that fight, but
Yeah, I think he's going. He knew they were asleep, so he knew he was safe. So I think he's just playing a little more conservative since he broke 2 rings already.
yeah.
And honestly, if he can, I wouldn't be surprised if he got to like 24-ish and then maybe did a save before doing the boss
makes
rush.
sense. So this one definitely makes sense. Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness.
It's like, isn't it like 80% or something on these guys?
I'm pretty sure it's 85%.
Yeah.
Let me checking my notes.
Missed three defeats and hit 1.
There is a glitch that you can do, and I don't remember exactly how it works or like how to, but I know it's against the rules, but it's like, what is it? If you stop spell somebody, then defeat instantly land or will automatically land, or
It's
one of the other statuses that causes defeat to automatically land 100% of the time.
Yeah. Is it like surround or something?
Kind of I wanted to say sleep because you could do it to Shido, but it only does, it doesn't insta kill him, it just does like an insane amount of damage. Here's the link. Here's my notes. Yeah, yeah. Defeat has an 85% chance to land on a dragon, and it missed 3 in a row on that one.
Yep. All right. It's ready now. All right, that's more like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind this player being a little bit more conservative in there. The flames are 60% susceptible to Zaraki versus 85 to sleep, so
Right, and plus sleep only costs 1 MP.
yeah.
Yeah, makes sense to save it for the big groups.
Yeah. Get the most bang for your buck. Okay, we're safe from Magante. No, Magante. Oh man, that would be terrible if anything had Magante in this.
Save that antidote herb just for this.
Oh, it was surround.
Okay, I thought it was.
Yeah. Yep. I just looked up Star's notes and it said Zaraki Medusa glitch. Going in 24. We're almost there.
Yeah, how much more past that? It's like halfway to the next level.
Let's see. Where? You want so 1300. So 134,000 experience is to level 25. We want to get him to 128 and 150 because Atlas and Bazooza will then get him to 25.
Okay.
Unless he wants to go more aggressive. There's another one that says you can go to 123-4, and then Belial would be the one that gives you revive instead.
Right. Yeah, am I guessing it? Yeah, like you're saying, he'll try to get up to that level and maybe go save, and then do the boss rush.
Yeah.
So then he'll just get a full refill, plus we'll have that safety save just in case things go poorly with the last 2 rings.
Which we all know how reliable rings can be between Argon and Shido.
Don't want to break your run. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure all the VODs will be on YouTube. They're usually on the RPG Limit Break YouTube channel. In case you missed anything. I missed some of it because I'm not going to stay up for 24 hours. Only Cowie can do that. All right, looks like that is exactly what he's doing. All right, so Gamer's making this safety save here. Also get a full refill. Making sure we're all set with our items. Deciding not to pick up an extra shield, which he probably could squeak out if he wanted, but
yeah, that's
really
what I was thinking too. Yeah, it's really nice,
especially
but
if you know what you're doing, you don't really need it.
Yeah. Just miss.
Okay, there's 26. Yep. Usually 26 is just before we get to 25 with Canuck. Now we also have Explodits, which is really good for these guys. If it rolls high enough, take them out in one shot.
You could almost use a Sword of Thunder there instead of. I don't know if it works on him, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does, but Canuck's faster, so less risk of defeat. Reverse crinkle.
Less chance of getting crinkled.
We'll see where he's at. He might take an extra fight or two on the first floor just to get the experience he needs. I did not catch what he was at.
Oh, looks like he's going.
Yep. All right, so this is the last floor again, where you get random encounters, which you can see some metal babbles. Look at that. We saw an encounter like this earlier.
We
Did
sure
not go
did.
so well. We got to drop Sword of Destruction. Now.
Sword of Destruction. You can definitely afford a shield now.
Yep. Ooh, okay. That's a nasty fight there. The Devil Priest actually knows Revive as well. You only see it when it has other enemies in the formation, which is only on this floor. Alright, so now we're doing that equipping that you were talking about earlier, right? You're going to give the mysterious hat over to Canuck.
Yep,
and
the water flying
the-
clothes to Canuck,
Yeah,
and
water
then the
flying
cloak.
clothes as well. Yep, and then equip the clothes. It's a close hiding, cloak of evasion on Moonbrook.
Yep. And so, turn 1, we're gonna probably see attack, increase, defend. Yep. And then it's ooh.
Oh, well, that's worst case.
Yeah,
Yeah, just gonna take the death here.
probably. Yeah.
Yeah, gonna try to push through it. Just get lucky.
He's only got 250. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Well, he tried.
Well, we didn't see Atlas win on the other version, but we did this time, which is reverse likely.
If I think, yeah. So Sama's got about a 62% chance to go before Atlas. So
Yeah.
the odds are in his favor to go first. He just lost that coin flip, and if he got increase up the first one, he would have survived. And
Plus he
then the
targeted
second,
him.
yeah, and then the
Plus he rolled high enough to kill him.
yeah.
How close are we? Yeah, we're pretty close to 24 hours here.
Mhm.
We could still beat it. But it might be a little close.
Ooh. Other game's just putting sand in the cuts. You might be looking for the right encounter, just taking it, and if Sama learns Revive, he'll use it.
Oh yeah, could be. Don't know how close he is. Yeah, you could just grind for it on the first floor too. If you get a decent counter, you can just crinkle them and.
Wow.
This is what happens when you can't put them to sleep. Keep multiplying. All right.
The fire keeps spreading.
There it
That's
is.
probably 25, yep.
All right.
His MP is a little sketchy. But, I mean, if he does need to reset because a prayer ring breaks, then he can reset. That's not a big deal.
Right.
Interesting. That's not what I would have expected.
Stop spell and explode it.
I expected stop spell, but I did not expect exploded. I expected sleep.
Yeah. I guess if explode it kills anyway, then you do the extra damage.
Uh-oh.
And that's the interesting about this game. It's like, okay, there's so many different ways to handle the encounters. It's like, okay, which is faster? But then maybe you spend more resources and it's not actually a good idea to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe not. All right, Atlas take 2. I think he's still equipped for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So as long as he doesn't focus, can't knock down.
Oh my
Oh.
goodness.
Wow.
Okay. Well, that's
Yeah.
that's one way to take down Atlas. Yep. Use your leaf. Yep.
You got the leaf, and then we keep moving. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, because what's worst cap? Like he gets the Shido and something he can reset.
Yep.
Although at this point he might take the death ward, but I don't know.
That's pretty good. Right. Bazuzu in this version is even more of a joke because he's actually vulnerable to defeat.
Yep.
It's like a 20. It's a low percent chance. It's like a 25%, right? So it's
24.
not a huge chance, but it's worth a couple tries sometimes. It looks like we're not going to go for it just because we want to save the MP.
Yeah. And yeah, he was asleep, and yeah.
Put him to sleep, beat him down. All right, Belial.
Oh.
Surprised by him. Oh, surprise exploded. Okay.
So we have an increase. We have the other increase. By moon.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sometimes you just gotta take what the game gives you.
Yep. You just gotta.
Okay, there's a heal all.
Heal all. He has 320 HP, so takes a bit to get through all of it.
Yeah, it's about a 30% chance for him to cast Heal All when he's under half health. Yep, he's going. Pushing the
So going all
damage.
in. It's like a
There we go. Okay.
nice. Not guaranteed
Okay.
for the spells to hit.
I
Okay, he's
respect
gonna-
it. I understand this. Yeah.
Yep. So we still got both rings. So got through all the mini bosses. Looks like he is going to get a shield. Nice. Okay. Oh, he's going to get the leaf too, probably. Leaf
Yeah,
and shield.
Yeah, I would do both in this case. You're already
Yeah,
going to
makes
be
sense.
there.
Yep. So this is also because Diener only has 2 rings left. If he still had like 3 rings, he'd probably continue on.
Yeah.
But in a marathon type setting, you don't want to risk losing all your rings because you pretty much need at least 1 for the final boss.
Yeah. Ideally, you want to, at the very least, you want 1 on Sama in the Shido fight, just in case things go wrong. Flashback to RPG Limit Break 2 years ago. I was between Hargon and Shido and, buffing my MP back up, and I had 3 rings, so I was feeling pretty good until all 3 rings broke, one right after the other in 3 consecutive uses, and I DNF'd because I ran out of magic during the Shido fight.
Yep. Even with the mysterious hat, the revive spell is pretty expensive.
Yeah. And I think there was also the the terrible raid at which I remember taking like over 10 tries to try to surround him too. It was bad.
Yeah.
But that's part of what makes DQ speedrunning so good.
Make sure the leaf is on or Asia here in the front. One last save. It's almost to level 27.
Nice part about being at this level when you're going back to the castle is you're strong enough to take a few licks. So if you want to go unbridled aggression, you could probably do that and take everybody out in one turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially when you don't care about resources at all. You just go for it.
Mm-hmm. It's a subtle difference between this one and the NES one, but if you notice when Anatoly had to keep coming back, every time he went from like a damage tile to a safe tile, he had to cast Step Guard again. And it's a nice, like, little, I don't know if we call it like a quality of life improvement. It like just lasts throughout the entire floor this time.
Yeah, as long as you don't mess it up. There's a weird little glitch. Actually, Diener accidentally did it last time and got hit by the tiles last time he walked in. I think it has to do with like half steps. So like if you are on the tiles and you like take a half step at a certain spot and turn, it can cancel your step guard.
Oh, okay. That sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. That happened to him last time I noticed. Not this one. Increase that Babel's defense.
Game's really trying to keep him from getting to the next floor, though.
Yeah. Okay. 2 bosses left.
Hmm.
One guy we haven't heard of before, and then Cheeto.
Who we've definitely heard of before.
Well, their team is named after it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so where Belial, I don't know who this guy is. This same looking guy. He's got a bib on.
Yeah.
But they decided to nerf him in this version and give him heal more instead of heal all. Probably because he has more HP in this version, so heal all would be even worse.
Oh, yeah.
But makes him quite a bit easier. Still has the same kind of attacks, double hits. Explode it.
He can be stop spelled.
Yep. But the problem with stop spells, and he always does his attacks, or he has the sleep breath in this, right?
He does, yeah. So sleep breath can be bad. But...
yeah, both of those could be kind of dangerous. But pretty straightforward. Just keep healed up, get increase up on turn 1, and you're usually pretty safe.
Yeah. Pretty much with all of these bosses, you want to have 2 increases up. There we go. So yeah, so Shido starts here. He's got 1,750 HP. The first thing we want to try to do is get our increases up and hope and get surround on him so that he stops whacking us so hard.
Yep, and then the whole key to this fight is going to be Kanak and Sama here in the middle. He's kind of the linchpin. We will probably see a couple times where he is the only character alive, and then he'll have to heal up and then revive the other 2.
Yep.
But that's all part of the plan. So as long as he stays up on health, and we do have 1 extra leaf on Lower Asia here in the front. So if he does die, we have a backup plan.
So the first thing we're gonna do is get our increases up. We don't care if he increases. Basically, when we want to get to a point when we're starting attacking is we have 2 increases up and 2 decreases on him. He's surrounded, which he just got surrounded. There we go. Medusa worked. And yeah, so we just brought Nana back.
Yep, so then start casting defense and then start attacking once we get healed up.
Bye, Nana.
Yep. We do need her to use defense, because otherwise you're not going to be doing much damage to him if he starts increasing.
Yeah. He just cast decrease, so I need to super root him again.
Yep. So I have to cast increase again for our party after we get her back up.
Alright. Once we have like the setup, then if we're looking good, we can do unbridled, which would be attack, explode it. And you can get about 250 damage out that way per turn. But yeah, the primary strategy is keep Sama alive.
Yep. It's going to hold the team together here in the middle. We got the cast increase again here. That shield he got is definitely paying off.
Yeah. We would have seen a lot more lore deaths at this point otherwise.
Yep.
So yeah, here's an attack. Explode it round, looks like.
Very nice. There's another one.
We got a decrease, so yeah, we're gonna probably attack increase and explode it.
Looking pretty good right now.
What a great call to use the shield on that turn.
Yep. Usually the safe bet. Nice. Wow. That was
Nice.
extremely well.
That was a great Shido fight, yeah.
It ended with a whole bunch of MV left still, and only one death. Or 2 deaths. Alright, we get to see the invisible castle here crash in the corner. Thank you, Diener. So when you walk away from Harkon's castle, it's supposed to crash and fall down to the ground like that. But if you return out of there, it doesn't know where to put the animation when you start walking, so it ends up in the corner over there. And one last phone call. We're gonna head home here. See if we get blocked. No.
Now just whatever you do, don't get lost at sea.
There's only water.
That felt like you went too far south. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Looking at something else, Diener.
Oh, you gonna sing?
Okay, I bet he was pulling up some lyrics, huh?
Oh, sure.
Alright, same thing as the NES version. Gotta talk to the king here. They're actually all in the throne room this time. Well, time will be at the end of the credits. And Diener is going to sing the credit song for us. So we will probably mute here.
少年時代の見果てぬあの夢、今でも心に抱き続けてる。今朝焼けの空を見上げて、しきりにこの胸うずかせる。履き潰してきた靴の数と同じだけの夢たち、時には見るしか果て探して、やがて追いつき、この道我が旅果てしなく続く。出会いと別れを繰り返しながら、今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ、明日へ明日へ歩き出す。今星空の下で佇み、遥かな想いを抱きしめる。ぬくもり続けてる夢たちと影星が道連れ、雨も風も日照りも嵐も友達だった。この道我が旅果てしなく続く。出会いと別れを繰り返しながら、今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ、明日へ明日へ歩き出す。明日へ明日へ歩き出す。はい。どうも。Thank you for watching. More to come. Thank you.
All right. Congrats, Team Shido. Finishing
Yeah.
about an hour and a half after first place, which means it made up about a half an hour in the last game, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But
It's definitely a
let's see.
fun relay to watch.
Yeah, it was good. We'll have to go back and watch the parts that I missed. I'm sure it'll be up on YouTube, as
Yeah.
well as the replay here on Twitch. But I guess coming up next, we got our big Dragon Quest 1 race. So we have like, I don't know, 8 to 10 people that signed up for it. We'll see how many are around, but we should have quite a few people. Got different versions of Dragon Quest 1. We got different categories of Dragon Quest 1. Kind of the goal is around 2 hours finish time. But it should be a good time. So you guys should stick around for that.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for popping in and helping with the DQ2 and the end of DQ4.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for commentating with me. I will pop
Yeah.
in every time there's a Dragon Quest 2.
Heck yeah. Well, I'm going to go get ready to race in the DQ1 race.
All right, we'll hand it off to Cowie here. We'll go to a break screen while Cowie sets up. He's got quite a bit of work to do here. So we'll see you guys on the other side.